This afternoon, all the attention was on the first game between Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa. Playing with white, the Indian surprised his opponent with the English opening. Slightly under the weather due to food poisoning, Magnus took his time to find the best defence, finally equalising comfortably. He will enjoy the white pieces tomorrow in the second game. In the fight for the bronze medal, local hero Nijat Abbasov defeated Fabiano Caruana with a crushing kingside attack, taking advantage of a massive blunder by the American. He will have to regroup fast to try and tie the match tomorrow in the second game of the final. Greetings from Baku. The World Cup might end today. Carlsen opens with the white pieces. Has he fully recovered from food poisoning? Will Praggnanandhaa be able to use his defensive skills and force the tiebreak? Will Abbasov, in the fight for the bronze medal, be able to prevail and win the third spot? We have a special guest today, FIDE President Arkady Vorkovich. Arkady, how are you doing? What do you expect from the round today?
Doing great. The final day, probably the final day, but maybe not. Maybe we still expect tie breaks after the games today. But today, the two experienced players will take on for challenge to less experienced players. So it's going to be very exciting, especially after the way they fought it yesterday with a surprise attack by Nijat Abbasov and with a classical draw produced by Magnus, even not in the best shape. So we'll see.
It's definitely going to be an exciting round. Arkady is here to witness the fight for the first place. Who will take home the trophy? It's up for grabs. Stay tuned to our YouTube channel, to our fantastic commentators, and enjoy the round.
Hello, welcome back everyone. Today is the second game of the final in the FIDE World Cup, and yesterday we saw the draw between Praggnanandhaa versus Magnus Carlsen, and today Magnus will be playing with white pieces. And also we saw an upset yesterday between Abbasov versus Caruana, where the local player Abbasov won the first game, and today he will be just needing a draw to secure this third spot. And Irina, and also today, it could be our last day here at the office.
I doubt it.
You doubt it, yeah? There will be tiebreak tomorrow?
That would be too sad. That would be too sad to cut it short, you know? I mean, I want to see more games between Magnus and Prague. So I hope that they're not going to deprive the chess world of the show tomorrow.
The show must go on, right?
Yeah, and well, I think the big news of the day yesterday was that Magnus revealed in his interview that he had gotten food poisoning and had been suffering with that for the last couple of days. And that actually really explains, I think, what we saw of his demeanor at the board, right? Because we kind of commented on his messy hair, right? That maybe it was a sign that he wasn't feeling as motivated, because we noticed that he kind of comes back with a sleeker do, you know, when he's really focused, right? But it was actually like his whole demeanor at the board. Like I felt like he was kind of just sitting there, you know, like I didn't feel that focus that like I felt, you know, in some of his previous matches. And I didn't know, I mean, like what that was about, you know. We kind of just chalked it up to, I don't know, the hair, or maybe he was, you know, up late at night studying for the game, you know, maybe tired from that. But it kind of all made sense when he said that he had food poisoning and that he just didn't have the energy to even feel nervous.
Yeah, but well, it is still world number one. And you see, even though he's not in his best form, health-wise, he's still playing very accurate chess yesterday.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll be feeling better today, and maybe he'll be also playing much better. We'll see, but it's already like a very good run for Praggnanandhaa. It's already a very big news back in his country in India, because, well, just being in the final, surpassing the record of Vishianan, and also being the second Indian player to be in the candidates later next year. Wow, this is just amazing for an 18-year-old boy.
Yeah. I've noticed that our viewership on YouTube has like doubled, and I think it's really all due to the Indian fans who are there to watch Prague. So it's just due to this, who is in the final. He has so many fans in his country.
Yeah, definitely. And it will also be a very good inspiration for most of the young chess fans. And we can see in the camera, today it could be also the last day here for the spectators to watch the games, and they wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. So yes, so many young fans. And actually, if the organizer didn't limit the number of spectators, it would be even here in our studio, so many chess fans coming.
We just saw Fabiano walking into the playing hall. He just sat down at his board.
The first player to arrive.
Yeah, he's playing white today. He's in a must-win situation, given that he played an uncharacteristically poor game yesterday. Abbasov said that he just couldn't really explain the move Queen B4. He moved his queen away from the king side, and his king got mated shortly after. Now we got Prague sitting at the board. He's got the black pieces today. Should we make some guesses about Magnus's first move?
Okay, I think it will be D4.
D4, yeah? Yeah, I have, I gotta say, I don't know. Prague seems quite experienced in this E4, E5 positions. At the same time, Magnus also is very experienced in that. So I don't know. It's hard to predict.
It's hard to predict, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. One observation. Yesterday he played C4 against Magnus.
Right.
And I feel like this kind of move, it's kind of like Gukesh, right? Going for the London. They're kind of going for the moves that are, let's say they give more scope for something to happen on the board, right? Like a still C4 is less theoretical than D4 or E4,
right.
I would say. So, they're willing to open up a battle with the world number one, right? That's what they're showing with their, choice of opening systems with white.
Right. Wow, classic Magnus just coming to the board.
Oh, he feels better today.
A few seconds away from the starting time. Just a few seconds, like 4 seconds away, actually.
We can see that the hair looks completely different today.
Yeah, so he's more motivated,
yeah? Well, he feels better.
He feels better.
I think so. I mean, okay, like he said he'd had the food poisoning for already a couple of days, so today's day 3, so maybe, it's finally just he's feeling more or less normal.
Yeah, we'll see, because, wow, I also want to see them playing in the tiebreaks because, well, Magnus has quite a high percentage in winning the tiebreaks that he has ever done in his life. So I think going into the tiebreak is also probably,
He's got E4,
E4 is on the board.
Okay. All right, so we're going to see probably E4, E5. Oh, is Prague actually
thinking of C5, maybe?
Yeah, is he surprised by this move? Because I don't think it's a big surprise. Carlsen has gone for D4 in this tournament, for example, against Arian Tari. That was a Nimzo. He's also gone for D4 against Ivanchuk. That was some kind of a Catalan.
Right.
But, of course, he's used E4 a lot. And let's see. Okay, E5, yeah.
E4, E5, it is.
Makes sense. He had this very successful rapid game against Caruana that he showed, I think, great understanding in the structures, the one that he needed a draw in, but he was actually outplaying Fabian.
Right. So I think we'll see knight f3 soon on the board. Yeah.
I think so.
unless Carlsen is thinking to play some sort of a Vienna, but I doubt it.
Yeah, so he started adjusting his pieces after he'd made his first move. All right, knight f3. Knight c6. Is it going to be an Italian the way Fabi was trying, or is he going to go for a Spanish?
Good question.
And it's another one. It's the knight coming out.
So it's almost like a 4 knights if Pragnananda plays, yes, knight f6. So it's officially a 4 knight opening.
Wow.
So now it's d4 or bishop b5.
Or is there like
A3,
G3?
G3 also, yeah. It could be many moves.
Right, so bishop b5 is played here a little bit more often than d4.
Yep. So yeah, bishop b5 is one of the main
It's a little bit of a surprise, right, by Magnus going for this, because this is not like considered, I think, the main theoretically testing way to play, right, with knight c3.
Right. There is a very trendy line in these 4 knights actually to make a draw. So I don't know. It looks like Magnus looks better today. Okay, bishop b5. So that drawing line that I was mentioning, it was with d4. So okay, bishop b5 promises us that this is going to be quite a game.
Okay, did he just play knight d4? Yeah, that's one of the main moves, right?
I think
Does he have the knight in the center? Or did he...
We will have to move soon.
Yeah, so
yeah,
knight
knight d4.
because we see Magnus capturing on d4, ed.
Yep.
And is this the line that you're talking about that is very quiet actually after e5? Is this where everything gets traded?
Yeah, it is. It is one of the lines as well. There is a drawing line in this too. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I mean, right now all the pieces are coming off the board, right?
Right.
The knights are coming off the board. So is this Magnus just saying that he wants to
Just to make a draw.
just to get into the tie breaks tomorrow?
That's possible.
I kind of feel that's what we're seeing actually.
Yeah.
Because this is not where white goes trying to play for a win, right? No, this is like just a famous drawing line.
Yep, and you go straight into the end game.
Wow. So Magnus wants to end it today. He wants to get another day to
Just to play the tie break.
to recover, actually.
Right.
I mean, I'm not shocked, I think, given the information that he gave us, right? And I'm not saying it's, like, inappropriate at all because, you know, you got to do, what your body allows you to do, right? And if he thinks he's going to have better chances tomorrow, then I totally understand. But, yeah, I think that's what we're going to see, short game today.
Right, and maybe tomorrow. Well, yeah, at least there will be one tiebreak match. But yeah, we'll stay on this game for a bit more, and then we'll take a look at the other board.
Is he going to play queenie too? Is he just going to get the queens off the board right away?
That's possible, right? I think that's the whole
Yeah, you can either
idea about this.
castle or play queenie too. So he's probably, he's reaching
Yes,
for the
queenie
queen.
too.
Okay, so the queens are going to come off the board. And Prague is going to get easy draw with the black pieces.
Right. So you may play queen e6 here. You
It
also
would be
may
pretty
play queen
funny though if
e7.
we only had one game to watch, Irene. Imagine like we had one game to watch and this one ends in like 15 minutes. That would be so sad. Unfortunately, we also have Fabiano versus Abasov, where Fabi is going to be doing his best to stay in this match.
Yeah, and that game is also in a Sicilian, so yeah, there should be some fireworks on the board.
So both of these moves are possible to block. Queen e6 is a bit more popular. Probably that's what Prague is going to play, because I guess if they take, maybe you can capture towards the center. I kind of like that a little bit more for black. That's why, white generally does not actually make that trade. And white goes castles. And then after castles, does white then make the trade? No, they don't. They just play rook e1. Which makes sense to me, because you don't really want to be doing that and helping them, open up their rook and helping them capture towards the center. So, you can't be that desperate for a trade, right? I would not be playing that move. So this makes sense. Yeah, it's interesting because, Prague is here just being okay, I think I understand his intentions. He wants to get to a draw. What do I need to do to make it happen? And he is still thinking.
Yeah, so tiebreak is also a pretty good chance for Pragnananda as well. He's younger and probably he has more energy, and he played more tiebreaks here in the World Cup, so he's quite experienced too. And I think it's just due to personal reason that Magnus decides to move on to the tiebreak. Because it has nothing to do with Pragnananda, I guess. It's just because, Pragnananda is a very capable player in the rapid and blitz as well. So, yeah, I think, Magnus just want to take it easy today, have more resting hours, and just get ready for tomorrow, because tomorrow the tiebreak will be at 2 p.m. So 1 hour earlier than
really?
scheduled.
Oh, that's
yes.
good that you told me that. You know, it's close to my wake-up time.
Yeah.
So this way I can plan it better. Okay, that's good to know, because there is going to be a closing ceremony
Yes,
tomorrow too.
yes.
Yes, and we know these tie breaks. Sometimes they go on for like 5 hours.
Yeah, totally. And seeing how they play and how they performed, it will not be a surprise if they go for like a few games in the sudden death, these 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment. So, okay, Queen E6 is on the board. And yeah, so normally White plays just castle without taking on E6 and castle, bishop C4, yeah, forcing the trade.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can. I mean, should we stay on this game, or we can come back to it, because they can't draw until move 30. So they're not really going anywhere, and there's no 3-move repetitions, I think.
Right, but I just want to quickly point out here, like Queen E6, okay, we might be seeing the exchange of queens soon on the board, yeah?
Yeah.
But the good thing about it is, you know what?
What?
You're not going to blunder your queen if you trade it.
Yeah. Was there a chance that someone could blunder their queen?
No. It's just a joke. Okay, I think we can move on to the next game if you want.
Yeah, let's take a look at Fabi versus Nijat. So Fabi in a must-win situation, and Nijat going for the E6 Sicilian, something that Fabi actually specialized in himself in his earlier days. You know, if you want to learn the E6 Sicilian, you definitely can look at the games of Fabi from, 10, 15 years ago when he was younger. He played the Han Sicilian quite a lot, and I think he had a good feel for it. So, but now he's on the white side. And we actually see knight c6. So this move, either black is going for Aytaimanov, or he's going for this other thing that's become popular recently with knight f6. I would probably guess that one. So Fabi, that's what happened. Yes.
That's what happened, yeah.
Yeah, knight f6, exactly. And so Fabi decides not to go in for this big theoretical branch with knight takes c6 and e5. He goes bishop f4, trying to get into a Sveshnikov, right, where black, you're trying to use these squares to put your knight there, so black goes there, you attack the pawn moves forward, and then you're actually in the main line of the Sveshnikov. Instead, black goes for this line, which is actually, this is looking like a game that we saw this tournament. That was quite a big, impressive game. Do you remember who was playing that one?
Tell me.
It was Lanier Dominguez versus Alexei Serrano.
Oh, right.
Remember that game? I think that's
Yep.
that's what it was, because so it goes knight b5 and what is it, like probably castles, a3, bishop c3, knight c3, d5, ed, and that's kind of the beginning of that line. White has the bishop pair, and are you trying to find that game?
Yeah,
actually?
I will find it for you.
Yeah. And that was a very impressive game by Lanier Dominguez. That's kind of one of the games that made us realize he was in good shape in this tournament.
Yeah, so the game went actually with a3. So without bishop f4.
Ah, okay.
So it
I
went knight
see.
b5 immediately.
Okay,
yeah.
that's funny. It's funny how the little details, they matter,
Yeah,
don't they? He
so-
played knight, that's it. He went here, and then we got into this.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the normal.
That's the normal.
The normal one. Yeah,
Okay.
but then you said that black just tried to equalize it with a slightly worse position.
Yes. So actually, here's a little difference, yeah? He goes, because he starts like this. Huh. Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, I can see how it's different now, because there's a possibility of knight takes e4. Oh, right. So completely different, yeah?
Yep.
It's like an extra. It's like basically you, instead of playing a3, you have your bishop on f4. And so there's actually still a pin going on. But then there's a fork being threatened. So Fabi is bringing some kind of new idea, I think, to this position. Let's see if it's been played before.
Oh yes, it is. They already have a few moves. Actually, I prepared this. I remember this exactly. There is one very good game between Grandelius versus Boris Gelfand in Sweden this year in May 2023. I think it was Malmo, and there's some movement there. I think on the board.
All right, so black did take.
Yes.
All right, on
And then Queen
E4.
F3 is on the board.
Queen F3. So I guess we should just show like what happens on Knight C7, yeah? Because it's sort of like the big question is what happens on that fork? The king moves over, and then I guess we cannot continue taking the rook, yeah? If we take the rook...
Yeah, you just take the C3.
Yeah, there's actually even this type of move that is really, really painful. You hit a lot of different squares.
Right.
So white cannot go for that. That's a trap, so you'd have to go like Queen F3.
Yeah. So, yeah, without Knight C7, because almost in this line, Knight C7 almost never happened. Depends actually, depends on what black did. So here Queen F3, and you have to play D5. Oh, and then Knight C7 here, and then you can actually castle first. Castle and then King E7 or King F8. So, oh, hang on. Did we see this? No, because there was one time this year that I went to St. Louis, and then we had like a bunch of like chess meetup, and Fabiano was one of the one of the players on the table, and then we kind of like doing this. I think with Ray, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then we just quickly saw this position. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe it was not him, but I remember that we kind of like look at this together with other players too.
So basically, this is going to be super sharp and theoretical.
Well,
and,
it's going to be super sharp, and it's actually testing Nijat's memory about it, because it will be like a 30-move deep theory.
Right, and you can see that he is trying to remember things actually.
So after this, D5 is the normal move to play. And then after that, it's castling. That is a very good move.
Yeah, so castle's queenside, yeah? In after D5. Or do you want to throw in the check on C7, right? So after D5, white has two main moves. They can either go with knight C7 or they can go with castle's queenside. So right now, white's down a pawn. White sacrificed the pawn, I guess, in order to get that check on C7. And now, well, I don't know. Which move do you want to look at? I see games here from as far back as 1984.
Wow. Actually, let me quickly look at the game that I mentioned before. It was Grandelius and Gelfand, because it was such a cool game. There was a point when they were trying to recall what they prepared, and then I think Grandelius spent like 37 for that move, and then Gelfand also spent like 38 minutes. I mean, 38 minutes and then 37 minutes, something like that. So,
well, you know, it's interesting because actually I just have never seen this bishop f4 move in this position. Like, I mean, I guess compared to knight db5 or knight c6, it's like it must be quite rare, right? Let's actually see how often bishop f4 gets played. Yeah, well, I mean, like in this database that I'm looking at, it says like 1% of the time and like 58% for knight db5 and 24% for this one. So yeah, you can see, like, you know, unless you're really playing this stuff a lot as white and black, like this move you might have just missed. So definitely something new for me. Bishop f4, bishop b4, knight b5. So white sacrifices the pawn,
Queen f3,
attacks the knight,
and
d5 is on the board.
And that's c7 first.
Yeah, so he actually goes for like the more obvious check on c7.
And king f8 is on the board. There is another move with king e7. It's more tactical, but it's a bit dubious. So king f8 will lead into equalization actually, but it's a very long theory. And I actually found this game that I mentioned. So king f8 instead of castle, it's knight takes a8. And
right
then
here.
Yes. And there are a few ways to make a draw in this position. And after that, e5 will...
e5, right? Let's just try to understand. So we gave up a rook.
Yep.
The knight trapped in the corner. Now you're just attacking this bishop calmly. Okay.
Yeah, and then just try to...
eventually, like, win this knight and have, like, the extra pawn.
Actually, you're not going to win that knight.
No?
No, you just play in the center and then try to attack the king. And
Wow.
in which case, it will be very funny. You give up this rook, but you'll get this rook. So
Okay.
these two rooks will be off the board soon. So the theory.
So what happened in that game? Let's just see a few moves. Bishop d2,
Yeah,
right?
bishop d2 and
Knight
then
d4.
knight d4, queen d1,
Yeah.
queen h4.
I mean, it's just like interesting to show how crazy this line is.
Yeah.
I mean, these two knights in the center is not something you see every day. Queen h4.
And then g3. Yeah, because it's a checkmate idea on f2.
Yeah,
and
queen
you,
f6 maybe.
Queen f6, yeah, you're still on this. And you provoke this g3, so that f3 is weak. And then knight takes e4.
Okay.
And then knight f3 check.
Wow. Okay.
King e2. Oh, no, queen takes f3, sorry.
I guess there's some sort of perpetual.
Yeah, I think if you want to make a perpetual, the king can just go to e2. I think there shouldn't be anything. Yeah, king e2 and knight d4. It will be perpetual.
That's one way we can end the game. But
Yeah.
we sack the queen
Sack the queen.
to get like, okay, what did black do? Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
takes. Yeah, gives
Takes
up
and then
this.
takes b4 and then king g8. And then knight d6.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's just stop for a second just to understand
Yep.
what we've seen. White has three pieces and a rook for the queen. However, this can get captured. It probably got captured, right? Or did black do something else? In this
No,
position?
you have
Yeah,
to take. You have to
gotta
take,
it.
yeah.
So,
And then just castle.
so now we have a rook and still three pieces.
Yep. And now the bishop on c8 is under attack.
And
so
believe it or not, this is still like something the engine considers equal.
Yeah, it is still equal. And there are
Yeah.
many ways to make a draw in this game. I saw a lot of top elite players make a draw out of this opening.
Wow. Okay.
So-
So Fabi's deciding to test his memory, but he also
Yep.
might be having some new ideas.
Maybe, yeah. It's going to be, I think it's going to be interesting because, well, I've been following this line just, just to see how these top players update themselves. But if Fabi comes with something new and some novelty in the end, like how to make, things a little bit harder for black to make a draw because objectively speaking, it's going to be equal in the end.
Right.
But it's very imbalanced because it will be like three pieces against a queen.
But basically, Fabi avoids that line that Grandelius went for because he didn't take on a8.
He didn't take
allowing
an 8.
E5,
Yeah,
right?
this is
So
also
he-
another idea.
He goes for castles queenside, which is actually more popular than knight takes a8. And now the most played move for black, well, I guess black has to do something about this threat, is to take this knight. So he can
Yeah.
take it with the bishop or he can take it with a knight.
Usually it's with the bishop because you don't want to get hit back after bc3 and attacking the bishop and losing a tempo.
Yeah.
So you might want to take it with the bishop and then tries to play g5. This is like one of the ideas as well.
Let's just take a look at knight takes c3, just because it kind of feels like getting a check here is not a bad thing. You're not exactly losing a tempo, right? So at this point, black is up a pawn. They haven't lost any material yet, and it's their turn. So their only issue is this rook, right? And I guess if they move their rook to b8, that's one of the questions. Why is that so bad? I mean, rook b8. Now there's this move.
c4
Yeah,
maybe.
you
also
try to
that
get
one.
rid of the bishop and attack the rook.
Right.
So that's the problem. Or there could be some c4 idea, right? Also discovery and hitting the d5 pawn. But
No.
then there's bishop d6. Yeah, then I guess we're kind of creating a problem for the knight. So better to extricate the knight first. And then let's say the bishop moves somewhere. So where can he go? I don't know, bishop c5. The funny thing is we're not even necessarily taking this guy. If we take him, well, we can. We're kind of putting the knight back in his starting position, yeah? And we have to start doing stuff quickly because, if black gets developed, they're going to have a great position.
Right, yeah.
So there is this line where white sacks the black sacks the exchange, but white, I guess, is a bit better. So maybe not rook b8. Maybe that's the wrong approach. What else can we do? I mean, I guess c4 is a very big idea, yeah?
Yeah.
Always. And you can't just kind of go back because then they will be taking. Okay, let's take a quick look at Magnus versus Prague. Magnus is looking away from the board. Prague is thinking. So one move happened after queen e6, and it was the move bishop f4. Well, he's attacking this pawn.
Right. So how to defend it?
Probably c6 and then d5, right? Actually seems pretty logical. I wonder what the idea is. So, like, let's say c6 happens. Is he just going to go, like, bishop c4, but then d5, right? If you go bishop d3, still d5.
So maybe you have to take first?
Well, I really don't want to take. I really don't want to take that queen.
But I think the c6 is you know, your bishop on c8 is kind of blocked because all the pawns are on the light square. Maybe it's a provocation.
But it's going to get unblocked. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think he's just going to move the bishop away.
No, I mean if you take on e6 first.
If you take on e6.
How do you take it back?
Yeah,
yes,
like
and
that.
then bishop d3. And I'll put my bishop on e5 and stop it unless you play d6, but there is b4.
Okay. Well, you could try taking. Yeah, I mean, of course, DE is like completely fine, but let me try my more ambitious approach. Bishop D3. So you're saying if I go there, okay, like my bishop is still kind of blocked. Although I think I'm
It's not
okay
much,
with
yeah.
my stronger center. Yeah, like I think I will, be absolutely fine here. But maybe I'm wrong. Bishop E5 castles.
Yeah, castle.
And some sort of positional advantage, yeah, based on this bishop. You can maybe put the king on D2, the rook on E1. Maybe I played D5 a little too soon. Maybe I need to maintain flexibility. Actually, let's take the tempo first. Yeah, of course. Let's attack the bishop. At least get that tempo and see where you go. So if you go here, maybe we can try. I don't know. Can we go E5 because you can't really take it because of rook E8. And then maybe I play D6. So maybe I have time to set up my pawns like this. Let's say I go here, you castle somewhere, some way, right? And then I go D6. So I think I was just in time because now B4 is harmless.
Right. Yeah, this could be it.
Yeah. So I don't know. Bishop F4 doesn't seem like a very scary move, but it's hard for white to really scare black when they go into this line.
Also, if you don't want to deal with those lines, you just play bishop b6, yeah? And there's simply nothing's wrong with that move.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing you don't want to do is like castles and give up the pawn, because then I don't think you can like wind up trapping the bishop.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because there's
b4.
always b4 ideas, yeah? I mean, you could try. We can look at it. But it's a risky way to play.
You can take it first, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, or I mean, even b4 looks
Or even
quite
before
okay.
immediately.
I think so. Oh, but then it gets kind of fun. Look at this line. Okay. I think we stumbled onto some amazing computer line.
Wow.
Look at that. If you take like that, it's
Take
a
with the pawn.
discovery, and then I win your bishop back, and I'm trying to basically win this bishop. Okay. But anyway, Prague took on e6.
Yeah, just to...
Sorry, on e2, yeah.
Just
so now Magnus probably captures with the bishop. Oh, it took with the king. Okay.
And still offering the c6, d5 idea. Yeah, what about now? I think it is completely fine. c6, d5. I think I like black's position better just because of the pawn structure. But okay, it's very minor, yeah? Like the advantage is just very slightly.
Bishop d3, d5, and I guess he's going to put his king on f3. Is that his idea?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
put the
probably
king on f3 and just go rook e1. So d5 is on the board. It's interesting in this position where white can sort of do anything. Like, what's white going to go for? There's also b4. There's b4 and a4. You can like try to get some space on the queen side. So like, for example, something like that, like this. I don't really know if we're accomplishing much, but we can try.
But I like this idea, putting the king on f3.
Yeah.
You're just getting ready for the end game because
Yeah.
no
But I
queens already.
think he does actually want to take a bit of space over here. Because otherwise, you're right, like black's pawn structure is just a little bit better, so white is really like, I don't know, doesn't have anything to do at all. You can play queen king f3, it's normal, but you know, maybe at least take a little bit of space, give black something to think about, and it doesn't seem harmful. Like, I don't feel like it. Well, on the other hand, I don't know. Maybe if you go here and try to attack me from this side.
Yeah, that could be. Yep. And now maybe the king will park on d2 anyway.
D2,
Yeah. So you play some sort of like rook e1.
Yeah.
Or I like this idea. What
Like
about
this, right?
what about if we play instead of a4 in this position? Yeah, after bishop e7, bishop e5, and put the bishop on
Yes.
d4.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about that, but there's f6 and b6, right? So they can try f6 and then b6.
But that
It gets a little sharp.
are you sure you want to
Play
push?
c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of wanted to pretend like I was threatening that. And you're trying to say that like I'm a little weak over here, yeah? Like I can't really move my rook easily.
Unless you castle, but yeah.
You kind of keep the king here. Yeah, you can play bishop e5. But the funny thing is, like, I think what we're watching, right? I mean, just so our viewers don't get tricked, is like we kind of know what both of the players are like are agreeable to here. I would be very surprised if like this really becomes a full-fledged fight, you know? So that's just not really how you start the game when that's what you're looking for.
It's already like a gesture usually by
Yes.
white player.
Yes.
If you're going into this line, you're not looking for anything special.
Right. So he just played c4.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that neutralized the center kind of, because you don't want to play d4 in this position, do you?
Yeah.
Right? So maybe this pawn will be traded off and we'll be seeing like almost a symmetrical position.
Yeah, I mean, let's see c4 is for sure like 100%. Like that's, I mean, if we had any doubt about Magnus's intentions, that pretty much reveals everything, yeah?
Yep.
I mean, in fact, like white has to maybe be a bit more careful because their king is in the center. So black either goes here or they can trade and then develop this bishop somewhere. Like, okay, let's just trade and attack something. Because I can't go bishop d3, right? Because you take and then I might lose that pawn if I take with the king.
Right. So maybe rook he1 now.
Like that. Yeah. So if I take, you win my bishop with a discovery.
Right. So if you castle, for example, and I can play bishop b3 maybe, or f7 is hanging, so I can maybe trade it like that. And
yeah,
then,
it's funny, but and then it gets a little sharp, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I have king f1 too.
yeah.
But rook f8. Yeah, the other
And
there's
so-
bishop. Yeah, bishop
Yeah.
g4. So I cannot do it right away.
So probably bishop b3 or c3. There's b5. So probably this.
Bishop b3 looks solid.
Yeah.
And then I
Like
always have
something
king
like
f1.
that, and then you even have king f3.
Oh, king f3. Yeah.
Either of them work. Yeah. Okay. That's one way the game can go. What else? So like you can start with bishop e6, which basically forces this. And now what do we do?
King d2. Or not. Oh, after is hanging.
Yeah. Well, we can go here.
Yeah, bishop e3 too.
You take, I take. If you take, I go there and I win the pawn.
Yep.
And if you don't do that, then I just play f3 and I bring my king there or there, and it's a draw.
Right.
Okay. Super exciting. Okay. Can we now move on to the other game? Let's go. Fabi versus Nijat. Here we're seeing an actual game, guys. So after Castle's queenside, Nijat took with the bishop, which is the most popular choice. And White captured back with the pawn. Queen e7. Is queen e7 the most popular? It's not, actually. It's not. This move that Nijat played is kind of a rare move. Actually, both e5 and g5 are more popular, and even rook b8. So e5 has been played in this position by, it's not like I don't see like the very top players' games with that move. G5 was played by Thomas Luther a long time ago. So, I mean, overall, we are okay. We're in a fairly rare line, right, where we don't see like tons of games of the top players. But Queen e7 was played by Nijat. And I can understand him. He kind of wants to give a check. If the king goes there, he sets up a checkmate. Of course, if you give a check, the king will run out this way. And what does Fabi do? I think he goes c4. So let's just... Oh, so did I say the king goes there? No, there's a knight there. So sorry, guys. Yeah, you can't take on a8 because queen a3 is actually mate. Yeah, you can't run. So you got to...
So you have to play c4.
Yeah, you got to go king b1 and run into knight c3, and then you get checkmated on a2. So that's why Fabi guards that square. He goes c4. And after that, Nijat goes queen f6. So already queen f6 is a new move. By the way, the engine bar really likes white in this position, and Fabi plays c3. Wow. I mean, okay, if he does wind up winning like this out of the opening, I'll say that, that was pretty much a great opening preparation, great choice of lines.
Yeah, they might as well just play tiebreak because we will see one tiebreak from Magnus versus Pragnananda tomorrow.
Yeah, so we're going to see two tiebreaks,
Two
right?
tiebreaks, yeah. Well, it will be exciting. Actually, today is very exciting because even though the other game, it looks like it was very drawn, but both of the players, they have to be careful still because, it's not as easy as it looks. There are still so many positional nuances, but on this board, we have a completely opposite nature. This is very, very sharp, very tactical, and also you could already see where the kings are. So it's already a sign that it's going to be a very sharp game. Yeah, so
Abasa was threatening a checkmate here. Fabi blocked. I guess the pawn, cannot be taken again because that rook will hang ultimately, and Abasa played g5. So right now we're on 13 moves. Is this going to be Fabi's first think of the game?
Well, I doubt it because g5 is the first computer line.
Yeah. So
I'm sure he's just trying to recall what he's already prepared before. But yeah, you never know because this queen e7, queen f6 is not the main move, yeah? So probably he also just saw it on the board, but all the moves that Fabi did, the last couple of moves that he did, it was just trying to protect himself from getting checkmated. So it's kind of like automatic.
So by the way, let's try to understand again why the rook can't go to b8. It seems to be as simple as c takes d5 and that pawn collapses and then the knight comes back. Yeah, that seems to be the issue. So he throws in g5 to kind of destabilize the bishop. And the bishop doesn't have a whole lot of squares. Like white has to react in a tactical way, right? Because if, let's say, the bishop makes what we would call a normal move, well, you can't even go there because you lose the pawn. So I don't even know what would be considered normal. Bishop g3. Would you consider that normal?
Yeah, maybe something to consider.
So what would, after bishop g3, what can black do?
Oh,
They
also
can trade.
another normal is cd5. You just want to.
Oh.
You just want to take this knight. Oh, but cd5. Yeah, cd5 works.
is another interesting move.
Queen f4, queen f4, g f4. and then
Knight A8. There's knight F2 hanging.
yeah.
So maybe
also
maybe
C6
this
is
doesn't
hanging.
work.
Yeah.
Because there is something like that. And, well, if you take the rook, then sort of we go try to take your rook.
Takes C6 and takes D1 maybe, or H1. But H1 looks very dangerous, right?
It does look like, well, it looks like a crazy position. It's so hard to make your way through this, actually. I mean, if you take here, then just king D1, and I guess white is up a piece, yeah?
Yeah, just a piece. So you have to take on H1. But then,
Yeah, that's a pretty crazy line here.
probably takes, oh, C7.
So why is this pawn actually dangerous? This knight can't even move. This is crazy. I guess this is the idea, yeah? And
So-
then trade and try to go C8?
So taking, instead of C7, so taking on C8 doesn't work. Maybe it's a bit too slow. Like, it's okay. You know, keep going after king, rook D8, king G8. And then let's say rook takes C8, rook takes C8, and then takes on B7, and then rook B8,
Eight.
bishop A8. So
But then you can't really dislodge the rook. But yeah, I agree. It's an interesting line to look at. Here, here, here.
yeah, it's too late for me. Yeah, like
Yeah, it's like the problem is when you put the bishop there, you can't put the knight there, so
Yeah.
you can't really get rid of this rook, and then my knight comes back quickly. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
very fast. Okay, so let's go back a little bit, and after G5, yeah, we're considering all the options for white. Like the main move is this one, which basically. It's like you're forcing a queen trade. Well, it makes sense because they can't take you, right? Because they lose the queens. They have to go here. So you trade, and then you take their rook. I think you take the rook. I mean, yeah, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Like you can take it right like that, and then they take your bishop, and then you take here, and we're basically just up in exchange, right? As white for
Yeah.
a pawn. But do you have enough compensation? Because you're not really trapping my knight. And I can even go, I mean, I can't even go knight c7 here. Or if I'm afraid of you going knight e4, because I guess you're going to have to, right? Like probably, like, yeah, this is maybe a little bit unclear.
I think it's better to just develop the bishop because F2 is not a threat after knight E4.
You want to just play like bishop d3? Or
No, knight C7
knight
is
c7
good
you
after
like,
knight E4.
And then bishop d3 or something?
Bishop D3, bishop B5 because,
This little guy is a little problem.
yeah, but then bishop B5 then it's better because there is knight D5.
You want to just go here, and now if you take, you lose, and if you take, I mean, white is still just massively better, yeah?
Yeah, just knight D5 and exchange everything. Yeah, just
Yeah, just kind of an... Wait, so hold on. I mean, basically, I mean, Fabi is thinking here, this might be bad enough for black that he didn't even really check it with the engine. It's possible. And I do think that bishop d6 as one of the only checks on the board is going to be something he looks at.
Yep.
Right, so I think that the likelihood of this line happening is extremely high.
Yeah, I think I'm not betting.
Yeah.
If I could bet, I would bet my money on that line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just going here, forcing the queen trade and taking the rook. Then they have to take your bishop.
Can you insert C D5?
Yeah, but you can do it here. It's all
Oh,
the same.
okay.
Yeah, it's like you're basically getting this. And this is like some technical position which should be winning for white, yeah? Because there's a lot of moves. So there's knight c7. I mean, I guess you could look at rook d5, but why would you do that? There's the bishop, there's knight c7 and bishop b5, which you mentioned. And then there's also this little move, which tries to completely destroy the counterplay. Now, can you actually stop knight c7?
I doubt.
I mean, only with a really ugly move like
knight
knight
E8,
you
yeah.
know?
But then also it blocks the rook to the other knight, so it doesn't really.
So you can go here. I come
Knight
out.
C7.
You try to save your pawn. And now I was thinking, can I just sort of maneuver my knight in like that? I mean, this must be just technically winning, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the knight on d4 if you don't want to trade. So I think Fabi's opening has worked out extremely well.
Yeah, I think so too. So, wow.
I mean, it's good to know this stuff because, I mean, first of all, I can imagine how unpleasant it is to be facing this without like adequate preparation as black. You know, just to be like, well, yeah, I'm supposed to play, you know, bishop b4 and supposed to take this pawn, but then there's like all this knight c7 stuff happening. I'm in danger of losing my rook, and I don't remember exactly how this goes, right? No, super unpleasant. Wow. So apparently here, like queen e7 was just not that great of a move.
Yep, it is not. But I mean, I think Nijat was caught on surprise there because, yeah, he definitely didn't predict that this is the line that was going to happen today.
Yeah. No, but good preparation by Fabi.
Yeah, g5 instead of queen e7 has to be played in order to maintain
G5,
the equality.
Yeah? What about
E5 and g5.
E5 and G5, yeah, both of these moves.
Very sharp there. Yeah, if you didn't prepare this beforehand, you know, I could understand why it is so scary.
Yeah, well, let me try to play this like not having prepared it firsthand. Okay, so let me try to play E5. Well, I suppose you're going to take the rook because this is hanging, yeah?
You could also take on C. Sorry, you could also take on E5, right?
You can also, well, but then do I get a tempo or do you have queen E4?
Yeah, queen E4.
Wow.
And queen G5, queen E3. It's a mess.
All right, so like basically you're saying like you can even take.
But I think it's wrong.
And
yeah.
then take. And but I have
just
queen
queen
C7.
C7. Just queen C7,
Okay, then
right?
black is up a piece here, yeah?
Okay.
So, okay, let's say E5. Well, do I take the rook or do I have some other move? There is this move, which leaves this knight hanging. Well, let's try taking the rook, right? Let's try taking the rook, which is apparently a bad
Queen
move.
A5.
Queen
This is
A5.
this queen A5. I think it's always the idea when
Yeah.
white allows it.
And as in contradiction to what I was thinking, the king is not able to run to d2. Yeah.
So you cannot take on C8. Let's try taking on D5 maybe.
Knight takes d5, yeah? Okay, so this knight is hanging. What do we do? Can I just take on f4? You take here, maybe bishop e6 or something. Let me just try that. That looks humanish to me. But it's amazing.
But then there's that
it looks
f4.
human, but the computer just, it just hates it. Well, yeah, I mean, there's knight f4 and you just take, right? And I guess you're way better.
I think
Because
so.
you're up a pawn. You're at least going to be
And
up
also
a
the
pawn.
king on F8 is not standing well.
Yeah.
You can just take.
Yeah, and also you have rook d7. There's a lot of problems, yeah? Well, no, I mean, basically this is how modern chess goes, right? If you're entering these super sharp lines and you got no computer analysis, it's so hard for someone to navigate. Because even knowing one extra move compared to your opponent is like this huge advantage.
Right.
Like Fabi might be out of his book now, but he's got a winning position, you know?
Yeah.
So he just needs to, calculate a couple of forcing lines.
Yeah, I don't know whether it is come as a surprise for Fabi as well to face this C5 E6, because I don't think Nijat is usually playing this type of system.
If you think about it, yeah. If you think about it, Fabi wouldn't really be preparing the move queen e7 here. Like queen e7 is by far not the most popular move, right? Like, so if you prepare with the computer, you see that e5 and g5 are played and you just see the number of games. Like, why would you spend a lot of time on this, right? And then when it happens, you're like, okay, yeah, I know that idea. I'm always reacting c4. So he does that to stop the mate, right? What happened at queen f6? You got to stop the mate again. So these moves are kind of forced for him. And then this is like, okay, the first time in the game he's stopping to think.
Right. Yep. And bishop d6 would be a very good move. But let's see what's happening between Carson and Pragnananda, whether we have some developments on that game.
Okay, so the pawns came off the board. Bishop f5 happened, and you were, I think, suggesting the move rook to e1 here.
But he didn't bother, just rook hd1. Okay, let's figure it out.
Rook hd1. Wow.
Oh, just bishop f7 and rook c1. Or rook c1 immediately and then bishop f7.
That's a crazy way to play, though, right? I was just, why did he need to get himself into this line where he has to find these tricks?
Rook c1 first,
Yeah.
yeah, I think.
But okay, I mean, I guess you are right, and he's going to prepare that
And
discovery.
going for the opposite color bishop.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
so after bishop g6, you're
uh-huh.
going to take, and I mean, still, I don't know why he, like, really went for this line, because if anyone's, I don't know, tiny bit better, I guess I would take black, because bishop is really good.
Yeah.
Right.
But then f3, king f2, yeah, should be
Yeah,
fine.
I guess we should neutralize that, right? But still,
Or bishop e5 and f4. Wow.
bishop e5.
I like it. I like it better. Bishop e5 now.
Yeah,
And then
and then f4,
F4.
and I still can't take your pawn. Yeah?
yes. And
Yeah.
bishop
Okay.
is so good on e5.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like it's a strange way to play if you're trying to make a draw. But Prague did not take.
Yeah. He just
actually
castled.
did he? Oh, okay, he castled. Yeah.
And then bishop d3 happened. And then
Okay, well
bishop
now,
e6.
yeah, now it's going to kind of fizzle out. But okay, it's interesting that he decided. I mean, I guess there was no point for him to trade because then actually White's a little better because White gets the d file, and they would contest for the d file that way, right? So instead, he plays bishop e6. Okay. So what's Magnus going to do here? The
Yeah.
bishop is, I don't know, maybe is he trying to come here? Or that's not really a problem?
I think the king will just go to f1. F3 would be quite committal because then the king will be cut out. I think just king f1 and then probably double the rook on the e file.
Oh, you know what I think is the best move?
Don't tell me it's before.
No. I was trying to see if I can just go bishop e3.
Ah,
Because I mean, I'm trying to make a draw here, right? So, but I think he went king f1.
Yeah,
maybe.
king f1.
King f1, yeah. No, I mean, bishop e3, there would actually still be a check. And then if we go there, there's some
yeah.
thing like that.
Still okay.
Yeah,
Take
still
on,
okay.
Yeah, but
But
not necessarily
all
going
right,
there.
he went king f1 off of the open file. And Carlson is studying the score sheet. He's like, it's been 16 moves.
Yeah, still needs to play another 13 to make the draw for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we can expect Black's rooks to be kind of coming to the open files here. I don't really see anything that much more productive that he can do. And maybe he expects just to move the bishop back and try to get those trades on the d file.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally almost symmetrical position, and but I'm also curious what Pragnananda will still be doing because this is happening to many of us, yeah, when we're playing against higher rated players and when they are choosing rather peaceful opening. Sometimes it makes us a bit relaxed, like, oh, this is just going to be a draw. But then turns out if we are too relaxed, there are still these positional nuances that we have to work on. And if you fail, it could be backfired.
Okay, so there is actually... Oh, sorry. So he played rook d1, right? And he played bishop d3. Oh, we have that on the board. And then
Yep.
he plays... Oh, no, king f1 is not on the... It is on the board.
It is on the board. King f1, and then rook f8.
Ah, rook f8. That's the current position. Okay. So, white to move. Yeah, I mean, it feels like, Prague's position is a little bit more comfortable, right? Because white has been the one who's been kind of trying to make these simplifying moves and not black. I don't really see much of a plan for white. black control. Like maybe, I was going to say maybe some pawn move.
B3.
B3, I was going to say A4, so Magnus goes B3. Tries to block the bishop. I'm sure he'll play A4 when given the chance. Maybe he should have started with A4. So if there's B5, there's bishop E4, right? Or what happens on B5, actually?
I think A4.
A4, yeah.
And then put the rook on E1 and then double the rook and something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Pragnananda will do something like this. Probably just also push another pawn. Maybe the other pawn, like H6, for example. Or put the rook on the center.
Okay, now stuff is going to get traded on the D file. So now Magnus just needs to figure out where he wants to move this bishop to offer a trade. Is bishop E2 sufficient? Bishop E2, bishop D4, rook B1. Yeah, I think then you're threatening to double up, right?
Yeah, just rook E1.
Oh. You went
Instead
rook
of,
E1 instead of bishop.
Yeah, because bishop is always standing better on D3.
I like it on D3.
Yeah.
It's very nice and solid. Yeah, rook E1. Okay. I mean, I guess, what's the idea? He just wants to kind of put it somewhere here?
E2. E2 and rook E1 or something. Or now even just put another rook on D1 is also another idea. And then pretty much wait.
Should we go take a look at Fabi's game?
Yes, I think we can have our first break soon, but let's check ourselves on this. So far, still there is no move by Fabiano, and he's already spending more than 18 minutes to come up with a move now.
Yeah. Wow, it's interesting that he's spending so long. 18 minutes is quite a while to calculate this line, right?
But I think he sensed it. Like, this is already like a critical position. And judging from the time situation as well, that he could spend as much as he wants because Nijat himself already spent 25 minutes. So, yeah, I think it's still understandable. So, and also he's in a must-win situation. All these things kind of like build up and accumulated. So
let's just look at like an example of not a very good move, right? Compared to bishop d6, like something like that. And the reason like this is not powerful enough is because after the queen trade, you make another trade, and then you actually have time to save that rook. That's the problem. Now, you could still be better here as white, but yeah, the most you can do is get the pawn back, right? Because you're down a pawn still, so you can get it back and, claim some sort of advantage here anyway, based on some initiative, bishop c4, this pawn is hanging. But obviously this is not like as powerful, I think, as just winning the exchange, right? So there we go.
Yep.
We
so
see bishop d6 on the board. Yeah.
And I think king g7 should be played instantly. Yeah, there's no other way.
Yeah. Yeah. That's an unfortunate way for the game to go for Nijat.
Yep. And which move shall we see after king g7? What do you think Fabiano will play?
He's going to trade the queens.
He's just going to trade, and then take on a8, take on d5, just like what we mentioned. Yeah, I
mean, there's
I
no
agree.
reason for him not to trade the queens, because like if he takes the rook, well, you can take the rook too. It's kind of funny.
Because you don't have any better move than taking on d6, right?
Yeah, because I mean, even if you trade the queens, like even this position is still way better for white. And actually, maybe the double pawn is not even harmful.
Yeah, because you have a line for the rook on g.
Yeah.
So
maybe he's not even going to trade the queens. Maybe he just takes the rook directly. And but I mean, after knight takes, maybe at some point he has to trade the queens.
Yeah, he has to. But I like the idea of just taking the rook first, because you're giving your opponent some option, like a worse option to play. So sometimes if you have like options like that, maybe it's objectively worse, but sometimes you're kind of tempted.
So you're thinking he might just take on a8?
That's probably it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's nice that he has good options here.
Right. Okay, so I think it is our cue now while players also pondering on what to move. We have a very exciting position between Fabiano Caruana versus Nijota Basov, and also we have quite an almost symmetrical position between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda. So yeah, we will take our short break and we will see you soon.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format. Star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport, and many others. Record prize fund of 250,000 euros. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final of World Cup 2023. And we are entering the second hour of the second game right now. And we have a few developments in the game between Magnus Carlsen versus Pragnananda. So let's quickly take a look.
All right, so after white moved the rook to e1, black gave his king a square with h6, rook a d1, king f8, f3, bishop b4, and rook e4. Interesting. I thought about maybe bishop d2, but I guess it's a little passive, yeah? Bishop d2 also seems like it's like a possibility. I don't know, the bishop would move back, maybe attack the pawn. So he goes rook e4. And that is our current position. They've made 22 moves. I expect black will probably protect the bishop with a5.
Yeah, but I think it's also possible that, well, it depends on how are you going to play in this position. If you just want to keep a draw, you can actually play bishop c3 maybe, just keeping the diagonal for the bishop. Yeah, and then some trade will happen. Yeah, because
maybe we go bishop d2 anyway. To be honest, right? Like, can't we just do that move? Because we can't go to the e file without it. So let's just try that. I mean, then you can't move your bishop away because of the pawn. Well, I mean, you could move it away, but probably you won't. I mean, I guess the game could keep going in a slightly sharper direction if black chooses c5. A little bit of a weird move, right? If white goes c3, you have bishop a3.
oh, d3 is hanging too.
Yeah. So there's no c3. Okay.
Yeah, but it's quite committal to play this position. Maybe bishop c5 is on the board, so it's a quiet draw offer here by Pragnananda as well. Like Carlsen could just play
a rook back to e1,
rook back to e1, and they might repeat some moves there.
So he attacked the rook attacked him, and then he went back where he
bishop
was
c5.
already, right? Yeah. So it is in a way a quiet draw offer. But, I mean, is there anything Magnus could do to improve his position a little bit? How about doubling the rooks? Is there any point in that? I don't really see a lot of point to that, right? I don't see exactly, what we're doing, but you can try that. I do feel like, this is quite okay as well.
They just come back, yeah?
Yeah, and it might put this game to rest in the next few moves.
Yeah, I think Magnus is thinking if there's anything else that he can do in this position. Well, objectively speaking, it's an equal game, but maybe he's trying to get some edge, which is going to be hard because Pragnananda's position is very solid as well.
How about bishop e3? Can we do that? That's another impossibility to get some trades.
Yeah, many things happen. And maybe bishop d6 even.
Yes.
You get a7, I get h2.
Bishop d6, well, then I take. And then you probably still have to do a little bit of work.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a lot of work. You just go rook a8 and you take the pawn back. All right, well, how long do you think this game is going to continue? I think it'll be over within like half an hour.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah, within 30 minutes. Well, it depends on Carlsen's next move, actually. If he's going to know.
Oh,
he's doubling the rook, yeah.
He doubled up.
So
here we go. He doubled those rooks. Oh, you know what it is? I think he's inviting Prague to just like attack his rook, and then all the rooks can come off the board. I think that's what that is about.
Yeah,
what do you think?
possible.
I actually really like this as an invitation. Bishop d5, and then everything can get traded. Then it becomes even easier. Yeah. So I think that's what his move is really after. It's like an invitation for that to happen.
Right. Yeah, but here, how many moves do you think that black has just to keep the equality?
Oh, pretty much any move. But watch bishop d5 happen. Let's see. There you go.
Yeah.
You see how we can read the players' minds, right? It's like the hidden things going on in these moves.
All the captures on e8.
Yeah. Yeah.
And up to king e8 later, it will be 25 moves. So they have to make another 5
moves. Yeah, it's going to be way shorter than half an hour. Because now that the rooks are off the board, there's even less suspense, right?
Right. And maybe they just play the king moves, yeah, king e2, king d7, and so on. Okay, but Carson is thinking, but it's likely that he will just take the rook on e8, or maybe not. Ooh, bishop f5. So he's not taking the last rook. No, he's not taking the last rook.
Oh, he didn't trade the last rook?
No.
Oh, okay. That's funny.
So bishop f5 is on the board.
Okay. Well.
So he wants to take and then play what? Bishop c8?
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so let's say we take. Is this even a threat? It's hard to call it a threat, you know?
Yeah, king e7, yeah. Just
Yeah, I mean, you can go b5 or you can go b6. Yeah, there's not really an issue. Okay, they traded the rooks.
Yep.
King e7, yeah.
king
I guess
e7.
there's no reason to go for this move, even though this is should be a pretty easy draw as well. But
No need-
actually, yeah, that kind of damages your pawn structure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's no need to create a weakness of your own.
Yeah, king e7 on the board. So it's been 26 moves.
Yeah, we'll stay on this until the end of the game, yeah?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
c4.
c4.
Okay, bishop e6.
And maybe another trade, yeah?
Yeah.
Or maybe
he'll definitely trade because his light squared bishop is not the best. He's going to make the trade.
And king takes,
King
yeah.
takes. And
king d2 maybe. King e2,
e2,
yeah.
stay on the light squares. Black will put a pawn here. Watch that be one of his moves. a6, like just watch that happen. Because he has to make 3 more moves. I'm willing to predict that this will be one of his last 3 moves. Not because he has to do it, but
h3 is on the board. So
h3 on the board,
if
yeah.
I think Prague just play h5, yeah.
Okay.
Just
Well,
put all the pawns on
I might
on
be
the light
wrong
square.
because he also can move that pawn.
Yep. Just put the pawns on the light square and then draw a grid.
Yeah, king e2, g6. Well, okay, obviously we know that's going to happen now. g6 is on the board. And then he has only one.
No, it is already 30th move,
30
yeah?
move. Okay, they just shook hands.
And they shook hands,
Yeah.
so we kind of predicted the whole thing to
Yeah.
happen. Okay, so it's not even 30 minutes. It was just 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad we came back to catch this exciting finish. Yeah, we wouldn't have wanted to miss that.
Yep, so they spent pretty much just an hour and 10 minutes to complete the second game, which ended with another draw. So Magnus Carlsen will be playing the tiebreak tomorrow versus Pragnananda, and it
Yeah.
will be at 2 p.m., so 1 hour earlier than usual.
Yeah, well, I mean, the good news for chess fans is that tomorrow we're going to get a really good match. You know, obviously, today's scenario didn't produce anything interesting. That happens sometimes in chess. You know, there is this sort of option where you can, player playing white has the choice to steer the game into a really quiet direction, and pretty much both players understand what is going on and what the intentions are behind these opening choices. So yeah, it's hard to get excited about this game. It was quite clear what was happening, I think, from Magnus's decision to take on d4. How early was that actually? From the moment that Magnus took on d4 and played e5, that was move 6.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's a very, very famous way to make a draw, right? So we kind of lost the suspense in this game quite early. But the positive news is that Magnus loves that rapid and bliss chess.
Yep.
And Prague is really good at it, so we're gonna get a big show tomorrow.
Yeah, totally. Actually, I'm looking for tomorrow because no, they're not gonna play some peaceful or boring openings. I would actually bet that the first game of their tiebreak tomorrow, it would be quite explosive.
It could be, yeah. So let's move on to the only game left today. That has been going quite well for Fabiano Caruana.
Wow, so Fabi found this little move f3. Yeah.
Oh, he did play f3, yeah? Yeah, so everything is that we looked at. There was a capture on f6, king takes f6, and knight takes a8. Knight takes d6, white traded the pawns, and actually did play the favorite move of the engine, this move f3, just stopping all the knight e4 ideas. And white is up in exchange for a pawn.
Yep.
But the other thing is that this pawn is also quite weak. The knight is going to be able to extricate himself and attack it. And, you know, basically it's just not a lot of fun for black, right? I mean, black is going to be down in exchange in all the scenarios here.
Yes, yes. So, well, it is quite a suffering to play as black in this position because you're trying to prove that there is enough compensation, which objectively speaking, it is not enough.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be quite an easy day for Fabiano.
Yeah, should be quite easy. I mean, okay, black has a chance to try to trade off this pawn. So we can try knight f5, right? The knight comes out, and at least you can trade it instead of losing it. I think we have to take it. Let's say you play like that. But, I mean, maybe I can go bishop d3, bishop c4 here. By the way, the king will be really well placed on b2, right? So...
Oh, there's one funny line. Can I show you?
Sure.
Yeah, instead of, okay, here, I like to play bishop d3. But okay, this is just my imagination.
Yeah, go ahead.
Then after this, I can play rook here. I like all developing moves. So
You want to play knight e8 somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you got to checkmate with knight
actually,
e8?
this could be also a very good idea, right?
Yeah.
Because this is free pawn. Sooner or later, you'll take it back, and then now you have a direct attack of knight e8 and g4. So if this knight actually moves, like for example here, we will have knight e8 on the board, and look at the king cannot go anywhere, so the rook has to sacrifice. But if you don't go anywhere, I will also play knight e8, king g6, and then g4.
Yeah. Yeah, that's quite nice. So basically you're saying that like on d4 you don't even want to take. Yeah, you just want to
Just
develop.
play develop, yeah.
Develop. Yeah, you know, I don't really see him going for that because I think like, well, this is just so simple, right? You know, he'll just go for simplicity. But I totally see your point. You know, that is a very nice line. It's just that, you know, there's more ideas, like there's more sort of like attacks that black can try, right, that I think he's going to want to avoid.
And again, what's funny that after bishop d3, you could still totally do my idea. Because
How do you want to do it? Rook
yeah,
here?
because maybe not.
But now they're going to sack the rook on. And then
just
they
sack
have
the
bishop
rook.
d7 or knight
bishop
f2.
d7, bishop
Yeah,
d7.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
then
true.
we
So
gave
it's not
up
working now.
a little too many pieces.
Too many.
No, but I don't think, you know, I don't think he's going to need
Yeah,
to be very
just take it.
creative. Take the pawn, trade down, and then figure out like, do you want to move the king or the bishop, and where do you want to move this bishop? If you move him here, is that good, or is there some sort of you're going to get hit with that?
I think it should be good.
I
Bishop
mean, you
d3.
can always go to d5, right? Like, okay, like this is one of the good moves. I mean, yeah, it's really just going to be a technical position where white's up in exchange, and you know they're going to bring in the rook, they're going to bring out the king, they're going to look for these various checks. You know, maybe black will be forced to trade something. You know, so yeah, it's also not so exciting after the opening. Yeah.
Yeah, because it went kind of quickly downhill for Nijat.
Nijat, yeah.
So well, this is the thing, right? In the top level game, like preparation really matters a lot. And Fabiano shows like I actually am curious, like if Michael can ask Fabi later whether he's preparing against this line just before the game or not, because this could be just his, you know, previous preparation,
General prep?
just general prep. Yes.
Yeah. It could be. We can actually try to see if Abbasov has played this line before. Let me do a quick search for Abbasov's games. Because it's become so popular these
It
days
is,
that pretty
yeah.
much like everyone has this line with knight c6, knight f6 in their repertoire. So Abbasov, Nijat with black. Has he been playing? I mean, he has been playing the Sicilian, we know, in this tournament.
That's why I was.
And he has been playing e6. So actually...
No, he hasn't played this.
Yeah, he has.
He has
yeah,
once?
he's had a ton of games in this. So actually...
Oh, not bishop before there. Or maybe...
I see like...
Not bishop f4.
No, yeah, not with bishop f4.
Yeah,
but
not
like
bishop
in
f4.
general, the position after this, he's had a lot as black. So he's faced, the more popular moves, knight b5 and knight c6.
Yep.
And even a3, at least recently in the last couple of years, right? So this is actually a mainstay of his opening repertoire.
Okay. So it's quite likely that Fabi was just preparing.
Oh, yeah, he was preparing. And, I mean, his bishop f4 move, which he could see that Abbasov has not faced. I mean, I can see if maybe Abbasov has faced it at some point earlier than, let's say, 2021. Let's see. But I would say likely he's never seen it, and when you're facing something for the first time and maybe you haven't reviewed it, it's easy for things to go wrong. But I think it's really good opening prep by Fabi.
Right, yeah.
Because sometimes when you test people's memory, they just don't remember. It's not a bad idea. I think at the top level, this is like one of the strategies, right? It's like that some line is a draw.
You just have to keep going and see if your opponent knows it.
If your opponent knows it too. And you often hear that, and you often hear people saying like, "Oh, I forgot my prep."
Yeah.
But like usually it's it's not always like within the first 10 moves. Like it could be like later down the line, you're playing some sharp lines and you just don't remember it all.
Yeah, because actually, it's amazing to actually know how many lines these top grandmasters are actually preparing generally, not specifically, just generally. So it's very easy to have a line or two slip out of their mind, and that's when your opponent will get tested. So, wow, 2 tiebreaks coming up tomorrow.
Yeah. No, it's going to be, we're going to get a quiet day of chess today, relatively undramatic, but tomorrow it's going to be action-filled.
Okay, another prediction.
Yeah.
If yesterday we finish around 6,
Yeah.
like 5 to 6 actually.
Yes.
What about today?
Today?
Do you think this game will end like pretty much in the next hour?
It's a little tricky because here's the thing: like white is winning, but it's still sort of a technical end game, right? So they can play this for a while, but I would say that we have a good chance of being done by 6 o'clock today as well.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, actually, that's probably right. And I think we need it. All the players need it because they will play at 2 p.m. tomorrow.
2 p.m. Yeah, you keep reminding me. That's good.
I have to keep reminding also the viewers because they have come to the channel like pretty much a month, and it's at 3 p.m.
Yes. So 1 hour early. It's funny when players get used to playing at 3, even like a 1 hour adjustment is kind of
it's
significant.
It's a lot, yeah.
Because you have your whole routine about when you're eating your lunch. All right. So by the way, guys, you're free to talk to us in the chat. We've only got one game going on, and there's not too much to say about it either at the moment. So feel free to ask us your questions.
Yeah, for those who just recently joined us, yes, the game between Magnus Carlsen versus Pragnananda ended with another draw. So the match will continue tomorrow on the tiebreak, again, at 2 p.m. I have to keep reminding people.
Yeah. All right. Well, what do you want to try some moves here for black?
Okay.
We tried knight f5 to try to trade the pawn. We earlier kind of looked at bishop e6 and knight e7 to guard the pawn like that. So, for example, bishop e6, knight here, knight there. I was suggesting knight b5, but it might not be.
I think you have to
best.
play it because rook c8 is coming.
Yeah, rook
but you can
c8,
take on
and then maybe I
e6.
can take on e6. So what's going on in that position? If I take, you take with the f pawn. I guess this is another move that I can do, but it kind of improves your pawn structure a bit, doesn't it? So maybe I don't need to be in a hurry. Well, I see this is a beloved move of the engine. Now, what happens on g4? G4, we can just take the bishop then, yeah? Then we win a pawn. And the idea of this move is that they don't have h6 because their rook will hang, and then your rook kind of enters the game pretty efficiently. So, not a bad idea. Probably if I had to make a guess, I don't know, which of these like not very appealing lines black is going to go for. Like, is he going to go for there and trade the pawn? Or is he going to go there and try to keep the pawn? I'm gonna make a guess, right? Why not? I'm gonna say he's gonna go for the keep the pawn
Keep the pawn,
strategy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's likely. Okay, I'll try to make another guess then with this
You'll
knight
say
f5
knight
and
f5
d4.
and d4, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, the problem with that one is like you get rid of your weakness, but also c3 is kind of a weakness for white, and the game sort of opens up a bit more, when you have only knights on the board and they don't have outposts. You don't necessarily want to open the game, but
Right.
yeah. Let's...
But this is kind of your specialist, no? Because you're used to commentating in Astana, and it's only just one match, and then you did that for like what, 2 weeks?
Yeah. Let me bring all my expertise to this task, Irene.
Because this is only one match left.
Well, you know the difference, though? Here's the difference. First of all, that match was super exciting, and first of all, the first half of it, they were like decisive games everywhere. So it's one game, but there's a lot happening, and someone is winning.
Right.
Right. We didn't really actually have any situations like this particular one, where like someone is, on the verge of winning after like less than an hour and a half of play. We didn't have that situation, and when someone was getting winning advantages, it was like after some kind of, definitely more drama in the middle game, or like at least, long end games were being played, right? So this type of situation where it's like things are clarified pretty quickly without even much of a skirmish in the middle game, because you couldn't even call that a skirmish. It was like literally one person just not knowing their theory.
Right.
Right? So yeah, we didn't have that situation in Astana.
But I do remember that there was this game that went downhill very quickly for Ding when he played this kind of like a dubious novelty of h3.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That's true.
And I think it ended very quickly as well.
But it ended in a kind of a flashy way, right? Because
Okay.
things were happening. Here, it's not going to end that quickly, right? Here, we're like in some end game that, is still going to take some time. So actually, he is proving me
played
wrong.
Knight f5.
Yeah, he is going to go for the pawn trade option.
Right.
By the way, I guess we should point out why we're playing knight c7 and not rook d5, right? Rook d5 is actually a really big blunder, because after bishop e6, you get both of these pieces under attack.
Yep, so that pawn is not really a free pawn.
Yeah, it's not a free pawn, and so that's why it's time to get the knight out, and then black actually has to push and trade, right? So he went for a different strategy than the one I was thinking about.
Yeah, I don't think Fabi will take time to play knight c7 because it's kind of obvious. Yeah, there are still so many chess fans gathering there.
Well, why don't you read us some questions from our chat?
If I could understand Hindi, I would.
Yeah. Do we have any
Actually,
other questions in English?
Okay, sure. All right, yeah. Okay, a technical question. At which point did Karuna take an advantage in this game? Did Abasov play in a moves in the opening? Yeah, it was quite an accuracy, but it's also showing that Abasov just simply didn't know this line, yeah? So that's why he went to like a more dubious line, more dubious moves.
Okay, let me give you a little bit of a history of this line that I've been looking up, guys, because I mean, actually the importance of the opening in this game cannot be overstated, right? So the first thing is that Caruana employed a much more rare move in this position. He played his bishop out here to f4. Normally white is playing knight here or knight takes followed by pawn advancing. So already he played a move that I think Abasov at least hasn't faced before. And the move is not new. It's not some kind of a novelty. It actually has been played as far back as 1905. Like this position has been reached. So you have games from the early 20th century, like 1924, 1940s, 1960s, and in terms of like more famous players, okay. Well, on the black side, we once saw Tigran Petrosian, actually, young Tigran Petrosian in 1948 facing this move. And by the way, you know what is interesting for me? Now I have a big question, a really big one.
Yep.
I want to know why Nijat didn't just go for d6.
Does he have Sveshnikov in his repertoire?
But you have to have the Sveshnikov, but he has to have the Sveshnikov in his repertoire, because against this move, isn't he going to just go d6 anyway? we can check that, but I would assume.
Yeah, actually.
I would actually assume that he would, right? I mean, it's actually quite strange, right? Because in a way, they're kind of interchangeable. Like, yeah, bishop f4 gives black the option of what he went for in the game. But maybe black should have,
just
stayed
to d6.
to d6. And I don't really see how white can do better than a Sveshnikov. And that's actually the smart choice of, Tigran Petrosian. So back in 1948, Tigran just played d6, and okay, if white wants, they can go back into this, and you're in a main line Sveshnikov, right? So we'll check all of this. Like we have all the time in the world, I think, to delve into the thought processes of the players. But I mean, the question is, is the Sveshnikov in Abasov's repertoire?
I can check it for you.
Yeah, check that part.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have d4 on the board.
On the board, yeah. Okay, now in terms of famous games in this line, and let's say we look at, I wouldn't say that this line with bishop f4 has been like really contested by like very top players, but it's certainly gotten the attention of grandmasters. I see we have games of Alexander Matelyov playing this as white. And actually, I see a game here, Alexandra Kostenyuk versus Anna Muzachuk.
Wow.
So two big names in women's chess. They had a game a couple of years ago that actually went like this. I'll show it to you guys. Bishop b4, knight db5, knight takes e4, queen f3, d5, knight c7. So far it's going like this game. And, okay, Fabi castled, but Alexandra took the rook on a8, and Anna played e5.
Oh, so Anna knew the line better.
The move was different, but she knew that on knight takes a8, you play e5. And the game continued, bishop c1.
Oh, this is the game of
Grandelius.
yeah. So this is the drawing line.
Knight d4, queen d1, queen h4. But somehow black won this game. Let's just take a look at how she did it. Bishop e3. Knight takes c3, and black was already better.
Because it's bishop e3. Kostenyuk mix it up. You have to play g3 in this position.
And g3 here, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. But what?
Maybe it's different.
Was bishop c1? I think bishop c1 is the wrong
Bishop
move.
d2 was
bishop
the move.
d2
Bishop
is the
d2
right
was the move.
So I think already Kostenyuk went wrong.
Yep.
With bishop c1.
Yeah, bishop c1 is wrong. Yes.
Yeah, and then basically c3 was just very weak. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Now.
Knight c3. Yeah, kind of goes bad.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? In this type of preparation, like one move really decides the whole game. So you have to be very precise to remember your whole preparation. Because, like a strong player like Kostenyuk herself, right, confusing between bishop d2 and bishop c1.
Yep. So that was a rapid game as well. But yeah, like in, let's say, this year, 2023, you actually, again, you don't have top players like starting with this move order. You're seeing, there's a game by Evgeny Nair in the European Championship. There's a game that you mentioned, Grandelius Gelfand, right? Okay, those are, of course, top players. But other than that, you're seeing this a lot in Title Tuesday. Title Tuesday, it seems to be a favorite line of Mikhail Golubev and Al Tarbash. So everyone, but you know what I mean? But I can see now why Nijat Abasov, was not super well prepared for this line. But I guess my big question to him is why on bishop f4, why he decided not to go for d6.
Okay. Yeah, totally. So I have an update for you. I was checking about the game of Abasov, and yes, he has plenty of games in the Sveshnikov. So I think there is some, some psychological decision there, because he must have thought that Fabi is preparing some Sveshnikov already. Why wouldn't he, right? And we have Pragnananda in the studio. Yep, and 1 second, guys. We'll get things ready very soon. Welcome back, guys. And we have our special guest just now in the studio. I'm so excited. Pragnananda, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
How are you feeling after the game? It was quite an easy day today, right?
Yeah, in a way, yeah. I guess we both were okay with the draw, so we move on to the tie breaks.
So at which point in your game that you already think, Magnus is taking it easy, then this is not going to be like a very explosive game, it's just going to be a draw? At which
Yeah,
point?
I guess this moment, yeah, took on d4.
When he took on d4
yeah.
that early, right?
Yeah.
On move 6, I think, yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because this is supposed to be just nothing for white and yeah, one of the ways to make a draw. with
Yeah, Irina and I, we also predicted it. It's like, okay, this is going to be a trade of the queen very soon, and then there's pretty much nothing, and there's so many games like this which ended with a draw. But I want to ask you another question. How is your mother?
Yeah, she's doing good up there.
She must be very proud, yeah. And then we've seen lots of things about her these days. Surely because she's the woman behind your success.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, she has been a huge pillar of support, not only for me, but also my sister. So, yeah.
Amazing. So after this, can you tell me what are your next events?
Yeah, from here actually I'm going to World Rapid Team.
Oh, right, in Düsseldorf,
So,
yeah?
Yeah. So tomorrow I have tie break, and the next day I travel, and then the next day I play again.
Right.
So yeah, no breaks.
No
now.
breaks, yeah. And then you've been on the road since I don't know how many months already. Yeah.
Yeah, I played 2 tournaments before this, so I've been already playing a lot. Even after World Rapid Team, there are a lot of plans.
Tata
so
Steel, yeah. You're going to
in
play in Tata
Calcutta,
Steel, yeah.
So there are many tournaments coming up, so yeah, no breaks for now.
Yeah. So how do you feel as well, surpassing, not surpassing, but also breaking another record for the Indian, being the second player to be played in the candidates ladder?
Yeah, I guess I'm hoping for more people to join me there.
Yep.
Because,
This is only the first qualification for the candidates, right?
Gukesh is also near in this FIDE circuit.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
And there's also Grand Swiss. So, yeah, I guess Gukesh, Arjun, there are many more players out there.
Right. And I also am a bit curious, like, India has lots of prodigies such as yourself, Arjun, Gukesh, and Nihal, right? Do you guys kind of, have some mutual preparation together or sharing some specific lines together? Because we've seen maybe in some of the matches here, when Gukesh played London, for example, and then it was also similar to Arjun's London or something like that.
Yeah, no, of course, we follow each other's game. Okay, we are also part of this Westbury Janan Chess Academy.
Right.
So sometimes our openings can be a bit similar because we have worked through there. But yeah, all of us have personal coaches, and we kind of work separately. We don't work together, but Westbury Janan Chess Academy is the only place we all, sit together, analyze positions. So it's always fun there.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, just one last question. Do you see yourself being second by one of your friends? Like, for example, Gukesh or Arjun or Nihal or, all these youngsters.
Yeah, for now, no plans. But
No
yeah,
plans.
maybe, yeah.
But in the candidates, you have to build a team, yeah, for all this type of preparation.
Yeah, I guess so, but I haven't thought about it like right now. For
Right.
me, yeah.
Right.
Now it's just about this tournament.
Exactly, because the tiebreak tomorrow is going to be very important,
Yeah.
and we all are very much rooting for the best player. And you've shown a very tremendous fighting spirit in this tournament. So all the best for you
Yeah, thank you.
for tomorrow, and have a good rest. And good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Hi everyone, we're back. So that was Pragnananda, and he is going to get ready for the tiebreak tomorrow against Magnus Carlsen. So we're expecting, both Irina and I, expecting that tomorrow will be quite an explosive tiebreak because everything is at stakes. Who is going to be the winner of the World Cup 2023, right?
Yeah, that was a great interview you did with Prague. Obviously, you know, the players they don't have as much to share, you know, when they have a day like this. I mean, I guess maybe one question also to ask Prague would have been, you know, after he heard Magnus's interview, did that figure into his preparation for the game that maybe Magnus was going to go for this type of draw? Like, I mean, obviously when he saw knight d4, he knew, but was he already thinking about that even earlier? Would have been interesting to know. But yeah, there's not so much to ask when you've got a day like today, right? You gotta talk about the future plans and more exciting things. But tomorrow is going to be a big day of chess. Meanwhile, we are coming back to this game, and after d4, Fabi played bishop b5, which is actually really not like a top choice, of the computer. Strange that, you know, well, we talked about your move, bishop d3, which is actually, I think, a better move. And just the simple c takes d4 that for some reason he didn't feel like doing, you know. So by playing bishop b5, okay, he's threatening to take the knight and take the pawn, I guess. I think that's maybe the idea. His knight is not trapped on c7 yet. But he's also giving some possibilities for this kind of a double attack. So let's take a look at that. Maybe black can try to win another pawn.
And take on c3, yeah?
Yeah, and there's also that, right? So why did he bother with this? Like, he just thought that he could win this pawn. Like, maybe he wants to take and go rook d3. Like, let's say I just take. I think the point is, maybe just knight d5, yeah?
Yeah, knight d5 and takes.
Yeah.
Also, you can insert rook he1. I like always developing moves.
You can basically give a check, and when the king goes back, I mean, you could even throw in the trade again here, and then take and... Okay, that was probably Fabi's hope, was actually this position, right? So what else can black do? So black starts with that. Then it's maybe a little bit trickier, because on rook d2, do we then have this move? And there's, you know, at least not knight d5. I mean, knight d5 is possible, but it doesn't...
Just play rook e2, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you go here. So he's giving up 2 pawns, and then this happens.
I have this knight, yeah.
And then there's no time for knight here. Yeah, because I just take the knight and this guy's protected, yeah?
Right.
Protected by the knight. So that's Fabi's idea. And what could be the issue with it? I mean, it seems pretty logical, of course. Bishop d7. Is the problem that maybe this knight could have a hard time coming out?
That's possible.
And I think that actually is the problem, isn't it?
Just a quiet move. Knight e3 followed by bishop d7.
Because now if you take, you've given black like a few, you know, moves to get themselves more developed, and now this knight starts to have a very big problem. So maybe he gave like Nijat like a chance to, you know, make things more difficult for him. So bishop d7, and okay, so this move just outright is bad. I mean, this move, you probably are just going to take with the bishop, right? And then go rook c8. And again, your knight is having a hard time like getting out. So let's just compare things again. If he would just take, well, then he either keeps the pawn or he always has knight d5, right? And I guess knight e3 here, you can just go rook e1 because this is protected, right? So there's none of this stuff, because the knight has nowhere to go now. So the minus of his move is that when bishop b5 happens, knight e3, well, you kind of have to worry about knight takes g2, right? So for example, you can't really put your rook here so easily because knight takes g2 is an annoying tempo.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have to give another pawn, because you just want to keep as many pawns as possible on the board without giving it up. Yeah,
so no, I mean, like knight e3, let's look again. Knight e3, rook d2, and bishop d7. So I mean, he might have missed something like that. But rook c8 is like a really annoying move. And then he has to rely on some tactical tricks like this.
Yep. And rook c8 and takes on e3.
And takes on e3. And then he
takes
is
on c7.
still... Yeah, if I take, then white's up a piece, yeah? I guess white's
Ooh.
winning.
Yeah, I was thinking of knight after that. After rook d7, there's knight e5, but then knight d5, yeah? Like
You
here.
were thinking knight e5.
Yeah, but knight d5.
Knight d5, and after king there...
You can just... What can you do
there's
here?
rook c7. Only that. Right, I actually don't know if there's any other move, because this is hanging and this is hanging.
Yeah.
So you actually really need this move. And then you're going to be free to take that pawn once they move their rook away.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the knight is not trapped, right? Because, he can sort of come out to e8.
Yeah, the knight should be fine.
So, okay. After rook takes e3, then pawn takes rook is not possible, so he has to take this knight. And now you can't take because of the discovery. So your rook is still hanging, and where is it going to go? There's all these discoveries, right? Like
Yeah.
you can't put your rook there because of
knight
knight
b4.
e5 or knight b4. Yeah. So your rook would have to go somewhere like that. But, it's at least a little bit less clear, right? Somehow. So something like this can happen. Or do we just take? We can take as well, but then there's rook d6 check maybe. So Nijat, knight e3, yeah, he's taking his chance.
Yeah, and I think he has to, yeah, because there's almost no other moves to continue in this position.
And so something like this could happen with bishop f5, bishop c6, rook c6, rook e. And how do we evaluate a position like this? I mean, obviously it's better for white, but you have bishop and pawn for the rook. Can black try to hold a position like this?
Yeah.
Bishop's pretty good. He can stay here.
Is it better for white to keep both rooks or trade one of them?
I think white actually really wants to trade a pair of rooks, I think if black plays rook c6, I think that would be a significant mistake. Because it's like the rook and the bishop together, and they can even make some counterplay, right? So here you don't want to allow white to trade a pair of rooks. Yeah, white's winning chances go way up. So you need that rook on the board, and you need to kind of, let's say, put the bishop there and try to, stay active with your rook. And it's actually, it's still a game. I feel like, I'm going to have to keep running away from you. But I think he's given, Nijat a chance to get into a long game.
Yeah.
Because what we just looked at would go on forever. I'm not sure
That an
that's
hour
a
was
6
enough,
p.m.
yeah.
finish. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of strange. But, again, Fabi, we saw him quite shaky yesterday. Today, obviously, his opening preparation helped him out a great deal. Yeah. But you see this bishop b5 move. Yeah. Not, I guess, a sign of great form. Letting the opponent have more chances than they would otherwise have.
Yeah. I'm thinking he just simply missed this bishop d7 move.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop b5, and so...
Knight a3.
You think he...
Yeah, and rook
he's
d2.
thinking
He's
here,
thinking
right?
still.
Because that's actually the kind of move that, if you play bishop b5, you want to answer immediately. It's like my rook's under attack, so you kind of want to have an answer for. But what else could he be thinking about? Could he be thinking about bishop c6? But then there's just knight to d1.
Or you can just take on c6 as well. But yeah, knight d1 is easier.
Yeah, the problem is, if you take on c6, I at least
you
wanted to
just
play
rook
rook
d4,
d4,
right,
and then I was like, maybe that's what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
But
Rook d2 is should
rook
be the
d2
move.
needs to be played. And then after bishop d7, that's when, he's going to think again. I think. You know, but maybe even now he already starts to see it and he's like, oh, my knight's about to get trapped. I better have a plan, because if he doesn't have rook e1, then I think he actually would have a big problem.
Yeah. He's also probably thinking like, oh, okay, I already missed this bishop d7 once, and I'd better just double check everything so that I don't miss such a move again and in my calculation, because he must be feeling like, yeah, he should be feeling that he's having the advantage right now, but it's kind of like decreasing after this inaccuracy of bishop b5. So yeah, he better just double check everything.
Yeah, should we go back and talk about the opening some more, since it was so interesting?
Sure.
All right. So back to where all the action took place, right here. A little story about this line, bishop f4. Right. So I do find this to be a curious moment, because if Nijat wasn't that well prepared for this move, I find it surprising that he didn't go back into the Sveshnikov, especially as you said that it's part of his repertoire.
Yeah.
He said lots of games in it. And the other point is, like, if you're playing this line as black to begin with, like, you have to be ready for the Sveshnikov. Like, he must have been preparing for this move and been ready to play it. Do you see, like, the irony of all of this? It's like you basically had to prepare for this. He was, well, unless he was planning to play this line, but still, he probably, you know, is ready to play that as well. And so then instead, he goes in for, like, the most sort of forcing stuff, despite the fact that, you know, he doesn't have all of that memorized. So I don't know. To me, it's kind of a surprising thing that he didn't just go for d6 here. That would be actually the question I would be asking, you know, in Michael's place to Nijat. And I would be asking why he actually went for this.
And not to his repertoire of Sveshnikov, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, that's the big one, right? So definitely some things to be clarified here. But he went in for this, which is, you know, by the way, if you look at the games, like let's say of recent, most players, they do play bishop b4, like once they reach this position. Yeah, they don't go into that. But, you know, it's not because there's anything wrong with this move. They just kind of go in for the separate line. But if you want to go in for that, then you really have to know everything. And, I mean, it kind of felt that he was uncomfortable here. Right from the beginning, he was taking time. So, yeah, I think it was just a dubious decision to enter this line to begin with. And Fabi had the luxury of just like playing his preparation. He probably was prepared for these moves. And Nijat played queen e7, which was not that good, even though it threatened a checkmate. Yeah. c4, using the queen to guard that. And then again, blocking the queen from getting to a1. And g5, and then Fabi, basically, this is the first point in the game where he really started to think. Thought for a while here. And eventually, he did play the best line. That is forcing this end game, where he wins the rook in the corner, finally. Loses the bishop on d6. And then plays another really good move, f3, limiting the knight from coming to e4. So this was very precise. And then the only kind of inaccuracy, it's coming right here after d4, that he didn't just eliminate that pawn. And he decides that he has time to develop the bishop, but as we saw, you know, these tactical nuances of the knight coming in, and that pawn starting to hang, and this knight potentially getting trapped because it can no longer escape. You know, maybe Nijat will actually make his way to this endgame where he has a bishop and pawn, you know, for the white rook, and we'll try to hold on there.
Yeah, so I think the difference between the bishop on b5 and the bishop on d3 is that after the similar line, after bishop d3, bishop d7, knight e3, rook d2, bishop d7, you kind of have like knight b5, yeah? And the knight kind of escaped.
Yeah, because you were suggesting this interesting move, right? Like basically with the idea of just putting the rook there and setting up like various checkmate ideas.
Also, after knight e3, maybe now rook e1 is possible.
We looked at it. We actually
looked at it.
You showed us that line. So rook e1.
The other rook maybe. Rook
e1. We looked at it, but it wasn't working here. Yeah. So
rook
maybe
d1, that's what I meant. So you don't need to play rook d2 anymore because rook e1 is there.
Yeah, and there's no knight takes g2 because of knight e8 and basically setting up that unusual checkmate pattern. And then we just want to take. And so now if you go here, I take...
Now e3 is hanging. Yeah, so maybe can you take on g2 just to show? Oh, but there's
yeah,
knight
at least
d5
I have
first.
knight d5, right?
And then just move the rook away.
And maybe even to g1, yeah?
Yeah.
Try to win that pawn.
Right. So that's actually very
Yeah.
nice difference.
It is, yeah. But you know, the thing though with this move is like how simple it was.
Yeah, it is.
You know, that's the thing. You don't really need to go in for lots of complicated calculations when you can just play the most natural move. So it's definitely strange, I think, that he played bishop b5 and now he's like sunk into thought again. And he's actually lower on the clock now than Najat, even though he'd known the opening better. It's not a great sign,
It's
right?
not, yep.
No. I mean, he had a huge time advantage at the moment when Najat was already like basically in a lost position.
Yep. It was like, I think, 25 minutes difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now Fabiano is down on the clock. And yeah, even though we discussed that rook d2 should be the move to play, but apparently Fabi is taking his time to think about the whole line. Yeah, after bishop d7, it's going to be quite a long game, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think this game is going to actually take a while because now Abbasov is, up on the clock. He's like back to playing fast, and maybe he realizes that he just got his chance.
Right. I think also it is another cue for us to take our second break, Irina, while Fabi... Oh, actually, Fabi just moved rook d2. Okay, so
Rook
wait
d2.
for it.
Yeah. Let's wait a few minutes because I
Yes.
think maybe we
Bishop
can
d7
actually
might
get
happen
quite
on the board.
quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop d7 is a really natural move. Like, what else could he even do? So, did we look at pawn takes pawn here?
Pawn takes pawn.
I think we looked at it, and there was just rook e2, right?
Yeah. Just rook
we
e2 and then knight
over,
d5. Yeah.
And then knight d5, yeah.
Yeah. So, and what about bishop f5, for example?
Well, bishop f5, probably we're going to go in for bishop c6.
Yeah,
would
bishop
be my
c6,
guess, because I think
bc6.
that's why we're playing here to take with the bishop. So if you
Right.
go bishop f5,
Bishop
then
c6.
this,
And then take on d4, yeah?
yeah, and I guess you can even, you even throw in this one so that you don't lose the pawn before playing rook d4. Because if you take on c3, rook d6,
King e7.
you have king e7, so rook e2, yeah.
Rook e2. So it's
Actually,
just
we
a
can look
double
at that.
take.
Hold on. There's
There's rook b8,
Yeah, there's
yeah?
rook b8, but then I take your bishop. And then you play c2. I can play even maybe rook c2.
Take on e3,
We
yeah?
take on e3, yeah. So let's show that line. g4, the idea is I want to take on d4, but I don't want to let that pawn get captured. So I'm going to go g4. And if you take, I just go rook e2. Now you have two pieces hanging. And if you try to threaten me with checkmate, I take the bishop. That is helping set up the checkmate. And if you try to play rook b1, rook b1, then in this position I have plenty of moves, but essentially, like I'm just going to be up a piece, right? Like after this or that. Although, maybe that's not the most accurate. Why? Do you trap my knight? Or I just lose a lot of pawns, I guess.
Yeah.
White loses a lot of pawns, so maybe we need to find a more accurate way to do this. Oh yeah, king d2 and then rook c1, right?
Yep.
And then we hold up a rook. Okay. So that's why bishop f5 is not as good as bishop d7. So there's bishop c6, basically, and pawn takes in g4, and then that pawn gets captured. And then, man, the knight is always escaping this way, yeah?
Yeah, there's no way trapping the knight. So, okay.
Abbasov needs to find, his best chance here, which is bishop d7. So he might think about this. I mean, he's really been given at least some hope of survival. All right. So do you think this is a good moment to take our break?
Yeah, I think so too.
All right.
Yeah, so while Abbasov is trying to figure it out, and bishop d7 is objectively the best move in this position, but we will see whether he finds it or not. So yeah, we will take our second break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Magnus Carlsen. The second game of the match has finished in a draw, and we're going to ask him his thoughts. Magnus, first of all, are you feeling better than yesterday?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better. Very grateful to the organizers and FIDE and to the doctors and nurses as well yesterday, who got me some good treatment. So today I'm feeling a bit better, but I still didn't feel like I had the energy for a full fight. So I thought, let's get one more day of rest, and hopefully I'll have more strength tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good to hear. So this means tomorrow you'll have to fight for the title in the tiebreak. What do you expect for the match?
Yeah, he's already played a lot of tie breaks against very strong players, and I've played him a bunch in Rapid before, so I know he's very strong. But if I have some energy, if I have a good day, then obviously I have good chances.
Good luck. Thanks a lot.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format, star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport, and many others. Record prize fund of 250,000 euros. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.
Welcome back, everyone. And we have one game left on the final right now, and it's between Fabiano Caruana versus Abasov. And the last position that we left off, it was after the move knight e3 and rook d2. And now, as we discussed beforehand, after knight e3 and rook d2, bishop d7 would be a very good move for black to do, and Abasov did it.
Yep, so he's taking his chance. He played bishop d7, and the idea is to trap this knight with rook c8. So now we're entering this forcing line. Fabiano played rook e1.
I think we can update it first. There you go.
Yeah, he played rook e1 and setting up some tactics on the d file because he wants to capture the knight. So, well, black still has to go rook c8. So rook takes e3. Now black has to capture on c7 because if they capture on e3, white captures the bishop, and black is going to be down a piece. So rook c7 happened, and I think when we saw this position,
yeah, we only discussed bishop c6. Yeah,
did we? I think we looked at.
Oh, we looked at something.
We looked at something that wasn't the move that Fabi played. And what was it? It might have been bishop c6.
No,
right?
no. Bishop c6 because you just took on e3. Rook d7, rook c6.
We looked at moving.
I think
this
rook e1 maybe.
Maybe okay.
Because rook d3 there is knight e5. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we looked. We looked at this. I remember we looked at that. Yeah.
Yeah, knight e5.
So maybe we did look at rook e4. Rook e4, and now Abasov is thinking. So what are his options here?
Bishop f5, just try to attack.
Or, I suppose, take the pawn. But taking the pawn, I think we always saw the problem was it was a
rook
check.
d6, yeah.
Yes. So we actually, we did look at this. This whole line we looked at, it was with rook e4.
So if bishop f5,
bishop f5,
you just take on c6 and then rook e d4.
Yes.
That was the game. Yeah. That was the line that we already.
Yeah. So we're expecting bishop f5, attacking the rook. And I guess at this point you kind of have to do this because where else could your rook go? If you move back, well, at some point I think there is, maybe takes on c3 or.
But here knight e5. I like knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5. There's still rook e4,
rook c3.
Rook
Yeah,
c3.
should be enough compensation.
But maybe a better way. Yeah, I mean, here, there is some compensation because you're coming down to c2, yeah? If I go with my king. But also king d1. And then if you go there, I have rook d2 or rook...
No, rook d6 because I don't have bishop e6 anymore.
You also have that, yeah. So maybe a better way for black to do this is a6. And then it's... And then do we even... No, we still can't throw that in, right? You still have to go here, and it's like similar to what we looked at. Maybe it's in a better version for black because you're getting c2. Or, yeah. Or some... Depending on where I go, you're getting rook c2. If I go this way, maybe rook a3.
Yeah. I don't see any...
Keep me passive and then actually attack the pawn, yeah? So there's no reason for Fabi to do that. I mean, after bishop f5, well, okay, Najat still has to find it.
You just take on c6.
Just take. And after rook takes to go for this version, this way you keep a rook on d2. That's way better, right? So like this. At least you don't have to worry about a3 or c2 in this position. Yeah, but basically what we said about this is that it's very important for black to keep a rook on the board, because the bishop works better in combination with the rook, and if you make the mistake of going back there and allowing a rook trade, white's advantage gets to like a winning level just right away. So you need to do whatever you can to stay in this position with a rook on the board because you need it for counterplay to attack white's pawns.
Yep. Maybe there's some scenario when you can trade the rook off is when your king is already advanced, attacking the pawns. And that's when you just want to clarify the situation, trade one rook, and maybe sacrifice another rook for a bishop and a few pawns. Yeah, some scenario like that. But yeah, I agree. Before you actually achieve some significant advantage with the position or some space advantage, just keep the rooks on the board and trade it in the right time.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that this bishop can be used to protect this pawn. The king protects that. I mean, it's pretty hard to get to h7. And here you have a 2-against-1 advantage, so you're not so easily losing it. And also, like, well, I can see something like an ideal scenario is where, I don't know, your rook is going to be attacking the pawn somehow, giving you some play. Maybe the pawn is on b6. But we can try to play a few moves, right, Irene? So since we're very likely to see this, I think Abbasov is getting ready to play his move. So let's say I go with my rook here. So why don't you play for white and I play for black?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, what to do here? Let me try.
You can keep offering me trades. You can force me back all the way to c7.
Yeah, but let me try h4.
So h4, okay, in general, I guess I would say I shouldn't mind that move because, I don't know, do you want to get your pawn to h5 or?
No, h5 would be quite risky, but
I think so.
Or maybe I can give a check first on h5, yeah?
I think you can.
You can just throw it down.
Yeah, you can throw it in. It's not like a bad idea. I mean, maybe this pawn will be weak one day, right? So you went h5. So what do I do now? Okay, let's start bringing the bishop back here because that seems to be the right place for it.
Okay. Yeah, it's not so easy, yeah? You have to come up with some
Yeah, you could have
idea.
forced my rook back, but I guess eventually I'd have bishop e6, yeah?
So
if you go there, at least I always have king g7 to guard my pawn.
yeah, but you always have rook c6 and then just move. Maybe not. Yeah, rook d8 maybe. Ooh, Ninja took on c3.
Oh, he made a move that is not the very best.
Ooh, and now rook d6. Yeah, it should be the move now.
Wow, okay.
So Ninja thinks that
Okay, Fabi wanted to make a move immediately, but he kind of decided, no, let me think a little bit. So pawn takes and
rook d6.
yeah, you know what it is? Okay, it's like he's still kind of going for the same position, but maybe it's just a worse version of it. I don't know. Maybe it's not so bad. Like, let's say you go bishop e6 for black, right?
Oh, I think it is bad because you just have takes.
Rook a4.
No, takes and then rook c4, for example. You're getting that pawn.
Yeah. So
Or
basically,
maybe rook c4 now. No, rook c4 now, actually there's king e7, so you cannot do it.
so here
And then rook c4.
and just rook c4, and that's kind of important, yeah, because you're using the pin, and you're going to get that pawn and maybe that one, and that's maybe an extra pawn compared to the line that we just looked at,
Yeah.
right?
And if you take the c6 with the rook, then you just take it first and then rook a4. And then get the a7 pawn
Yeah.
and c3 pawn afterwards.
You're saying if I make the horrible mistake of going for the rook trade, it's a bad idea because actually black is defenseless against the loss of this pawn, and then the bishop cannot do much against.
So Nisha play king g7 after the check.
So he just moves the king back immediately, doesn't want to put the bishop in a pin. All right, so how do we take advantage of this? I mean, we still need to eventually win this pawn. The only thing is that you haven't forced me to give up the bishop for the knight yet. Do I go just rook c4 here?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
a good
the
question.
thing to do, or is that, and then you play a6?
I like the idea of switching our attention to the other side. So I would like to play h4 here.
h4, yeah. Okay, that we're going to look at that in a second, but let's just see what's wrong with this, just to see.
Then just a6, yeah?
Yeah, it is a6, and then black actually gets something kind of similar to what we were looking at. Like this is not exactly the same, but it's the same kind of idea, 2 against 1.
But it's a better version.
For white,
For white,
you think
yeah.
it's a bit better? Yeah, it's still, it's still solid enough for black. Like it's maybe not fundamentally different that the bishop is here and like not here. So maybe that's not the best for Fabi. Okay, you want to turn your attention to the king side. And let's also point out that right now this knight is pinned. So there's not that much. You're also kind of stuck here as black. Your rook can't move, your knight can't move, and basically only your bishop can move, but not really.
Yeah.
So this is the problem with this setup is that it's not very harmonious, right? Which is why it was preferable to just get out of it right away.
Yeah, so I think Nijat made a little bit of misjudgment in the resulting position after bishop f5. Maybe he thought that it's just a very easy win for white, having the two rooks, something like that. Maybe, you just don't want to have that type of suffering, that defending the draw all the time.
But the thing is though that like it's very similar if white just goes rook c4, and there's no way he missed that idea. So he's pretty much willing to enter that type of position, right? He's willing to enter it, but he's also giving white more choices. So, okay, let's think about what else we can do. You're thinking of h4.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have anything tricky there? Like, I don't know, bishop f5 or...
Bishop f5, now I can play rook c4,
Rook c4.
yeah? Because it's hanging.
Should I try to get my pawn to c2, or is all just irrelevant? So h4, yeah, I mean, bishop f5 I have. I can also just play h6. So, let's see. Well, let's try bishop f5.
Yeah.
Maybe throw that trade in
Oh,
first.
that's
You
interesting.
basically force that, and then you go.
Yeah, and then now you can play rook c4 and
Or
rook,
here.
rook c4, rook b7, and then just take on c3.
Because here, this is not a problem. c2.
Because after take on c6, rook b7. Yeah. So you have to try to harass the bishop first then.
Yeah.
I mean,
Got to get him off this diagonal. Yeah, actually,
so rook
that's a
e5.
powerful move.
Yeah, rook e5 first
Because you even have
h5 now.
h5, yeah. And then I think I can take, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Or
I
you
get
can take
this
c2.
one.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. All right. So what are we seeing? We're seeing some lines that are pretty good for white in the event of h4. So h4 is definitely an interesting idea.
Okay, but let's try to find the best move for white in this position.
Well, I see there's this idea, and the point is, I think you're trying to do the same thing as we were trying to do with rook c4, but maybe with the rook coming here and here, maybe we don't have to take. We can keep our bishop. And that's like an improvement.
And where would you put it? c4? Because otherwise
C4
it's bishop e6.
Yeah, c4 is a little bit awkward, right? Because I want to win your pawn. And c4 is actually interesting too, because maybe, but then I don't have
Bishop
king
a4,
c2.
yeah? Bishop a4, I think it's
Yeah.
also normal. And then
Here.
you take on c3 later.
I'm threatening this. And it's interesting that just actually keeping this bishop is increasing white's chances of winning this position.
Yeah, it's funny how our minds work differently, because I was not actually thinking about capturing the pawn on c3
You weren't
at all.
at
Like
all.
I was trying to just find some other moves, and then you're just quite
Here's the
focused on
pawn.
taking
Yeah,
it back.
I want the pawn. Yeah. But it looks like we're going to get it, right? It looks like we're getting that pawn. And what can you do? Something like that. I mean, basically, this is what's making a difference. That this bishop is like a good piece to have on the board. It actually makes it harder for you to stabilize your bishop. And if you trade these bishops, it's a lot easier to win with, rook versus knight than rook versus bishop.
Yeah.
So I think Nijat kind of squandered at least, a better chance, right? It's not like guaranteed a draw in any case, but king g7, d takes c3, allowing this rook to in is not the most precise. So we have king g7 on the board, and now Fabiano is thinking. And so he has quite a lot of nice moves. But this one is very smart, You make an attack on something, and then you transfer your rook over here. It's actually, once you see it, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'm going to win the pawn, and I'm going to have you in a pin. Why not? Well, this would be quite a nice find from him.
Okay, so black's next move in this position is probably a6, right?
Yeah.
So let's try to do something about it.
Well, so if you play a6 here, right? I guess I can. Do I hold both rooks? Because I want to make sure. I think I have rook e5,
Yeah.
which holds everything, right? Like here, and there you have a fork. I have
And
another
check,
check,
and
but
rook
also I have
c5.
this. Yeah,
Oh yeah, just simple rook
immediate.
c5.
Yeah,
Yeah, this rook d5. Yeah,
it's
very
powerful.
nice move.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So let's see if Fabiano finds it.
So if rook d5, let's say normal move like h6, then you go rook c5, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, and then a6, and then do you take or not? Just you keep
Yeah,
the
we're,
bishop
we're
maybe.
keeping it. Yeah, we're keeping it. We decided.
Yeah,
we
we're keeping
wanna-
it in tendencies. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is very. I think it's very clear.
It is pretty clear. Yeah, that this is for sure way better than the other version.
Yep,
That Nijat could have had.
for white. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. All right. What's going on in our chat? Well, I guess, of course, everyone is coming for like the big game between Magnus and Prague, and this one is a little bit less captivating. But, this game is still important because it is going to probably lead to a tie break tomorrow, which means that we're going to have, like two
Two
really
tie-breaks,
good matches tomorrow. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and also there's some stake on this game as well because the players just want to make sure that they will play the candidates next year. Well, even though Magnus said that in the interview that it's probably very unlikely for him to play the candidates, but you still never know.
You never know. I mean,
In a few months
things
to
can
come.
change, right? Yeah. So tomorrow, the final is going to be on a Thursday. Is that tomorrow's a Thursday,
Yeah,
right?
tomorrow's Thursday.
Yeah.
And at 2 p.m.
2 p.m., guys. Yeah, an hour earlier
Yep.
than you'd normally tune in. Remember,
Yep.
remember that. That's very important.
Because after the tie break, they will get ready for the closing ceremony as well. And that's finally the end of the event.
Yeah. And Fabi's still thinking over rook d5.
Yeah. Is there any other human-like move that we haven't taken a look? So rook d5 is there. See? He played rook e3. He just tries to get the pawn as soon
Yeah.
as possible, which is very human.
Let's think of what the difference is. So is there, there's less of a pin. Is there any chance to actually move this knight? Or
to b8?
I
No, I
mean,
don't
yeah,
think.
you can move to b8.
But then just takes on d7 and then rook e7.
Yeah, and then you're stuck in a second pin. Yeah. So you can't really move this knight. I want to take. What do you do to get out of this? A6?
Or bishop e6. Bishop e6, you can
But
just
maybe
play a3.
A6. Maybe A6 is the thing. And I think he played it.
Yes, a6 is on the
Yeah,
board.
because this is the difference.
And takes on c6.
Well, it takes on C6, he's back in that position, which is more or less like acceptable for him from a defensive point of view, right? I mean, white can always get into this, but this is sort of what black, is counting on to defend this game, right? So it's not like the worst case scenario for him. White tries not to trade, but here's the difference, because you're not actually having a rook on c5 pinning the knight. On bishop a4, they might have b5, and then maybe the knight can actually move somewhere, and you don't win on c3 so easily. So let's say I play b5, and you go here. Now, can I actually move this knight somewhere? It's not easy because there's another pin coming up.
Right.
So my knight definitely cannot move because of rook e7. So then what happens? Maybe you try to defend the pawn?
Well, then it's going to be very, very sharp now, how to break the
Yeah.
pawns.
You know what's really funny is like the engine bar hates this for black, but
Yeah, but
you kind of like it, right? You're like, oh wow, I got to keep both of my pawns. This looks pretty good.
I think I understand why. It's because you have a few tempi. I think it's rook d3. Rook e d3, you're hitting on the bishop, and then you go to d5, and then you go to c5. So Yeah, and you're hitting on g5, and then at the same time also you're preparing for rook c5. Could it be the reason?
I agree, except maybe we're missing knight here.
Knight
or
there,
there's
rook
rook
d5,
there.
Yeah, rook d5, and then we're attacking both.
F6 maybe?
F6 and...
Maybe that's the problem with this move.
That's true.
Yeah, it's actually this, isn't it? And somehow black is not losing.
And rook a6 is not giving anything?
Rook a6. I would guess that there is some kind of like bishop c6 or bishop f5 maybe. Maybe just bishop f5, yeah. I think maybe just the activity, you know.
Rook d6, and then just knight d3, yeah? Or bishop c2 now?
You can go here. I mean, you can come back with your rook. If you want to stop me from that, you can consider going back.
So bishop c2?
All right, you go bishop c2.
Takes and knight c4?
Yeah, can I finally go for that? I think I will.
Knight c4, yeah?
And, you know, at least it gets tricky, right?
Yeah, this is going to be very tricky.
It lands, yeah. Let's see if we go back a little bit. So, but actually in this position, despite the fact that it doesn't look obvious at all, there is this move with some idea of pinning them up like that, and I think just creating the pin, and you don't have knight here, you know? Well, this is the computer move, so we know it's good. But yeah, that's powerful, right? That's the difference. Now, what can you move here? You can't move your knight because you lose the pawn. You actually don't have much to do you? All right, on the board is bishop a4. And
hang on, I just want to see. So, okay, so bishop f4 is fine, yeah?
Yeah, Fabio doesn't want to give up the bishop. He understands that he would lose some part of his advantage if he did that. And so we just saw b5, b4 as a very human option for black. And I wouldn't be shocked if like Najat goes for it, but you know, yeah, it depends on whether he sees that, because then he might be lost very fast. What can he do that is not quite this losing? Well, there is actually this, I think, that really needs to be looked at, right? Because what if you target the pawn? Now your knight's not pinned. Now you want to go knight b4.
Yeah, but you can just take now.
And then you're probably going to try to save this pawn, or what?
Yeah, like a3. How are you going to save c3? But you also have bishop d5, and then...
Yes.
But I like this position.
I mean, I feel like you have to go a3.
Yeah, you have to keep the pawn, I guess.
I'm shocked here that like the engine is saying rook c3.
Okay.
Like rook c3, and for some reason he's going for this, but like this must be wrong.
And do you keep both rooks? Like
no, I think okay. Like I think, actually I don't know the evaluation of this position. If you trade.
like 3 versus 3.
But I assume white can win that with
I think
have 3 pawns on the board.
I think so. Yeah.
So black probably has to
keep the rook.
Keep the rook, and then it's. I guess he just thinks this position in general is winning. Yeah.
Wow. Maybe.
But I mean, I don't know. As white, I would feel a little nervous going for this one. Yeah, I wouldn't have such a great confidence. I'm just like winning here at all. I don't know. But if I was white, I would probably try to play a3 and keep the pawns on the board. You know, bishop d5, rook takes c3. I guess maybe you're like this rook is trapped and you're able to get like enormous activity. Rook c2. But you're going to win the second pawn. I can't even hold on to it now. Okay. So Nijat. Well, the problem is that this move was not the best. Let's just make that clear by Fabi.
Yep.
I mean, the reason that we're not seeing as good lines for him is because this move wasn't the best, and this was way better. This pinning the knight, right? So, but you know, rook e3 is very understandable. A6 here, and so what we're saying is the best, which is not so obvious, but yeah, it's basically to unpin yourself and go into this position where you can then, either you take on a2
or you play a3,
or you get to put your bishop on d5 and then like move your rook away.
Oh, maybe in that case, you shouldn't take it right away after bishop d5. I think you can a3 bishop d5 and
Maybe go king b2.
king c2.
Yeah, king c2.
King c2 and take with the king. But okay, there is king c2, rook b2, rook b7, king c3, rook checks, king d4, rook b2.
Yeah.
Yeah, not so clear.
So here, yeah, we just get counterplay from this side, yeah?
Yeah.
And, oops.
Oh.
That equalizes,
Yeah.
yeah? But if you go back the other way...
Then rook b2 and takes on g2.
Yeah. So it's tricky. I mean, yeah, you don't have to take the pawn right away. You're definitely right about that. But we can try this to at least free the rook. And then if you go here, maybe then take. And then if you go there, what's the difference? Do we just go king d2? I think we do.
Yeah, king d2.
Yeah. And we're going to be playing this position for a while.
Exciting.
Yeah. All right. So let's go back. And we have the current position on the board, bishop a4. And we're expecting the move bishop e6 from Abbasov. Is there anything else he can do? Yeah, I don't think there's a lot, right? Because it's either he breaks the pin like that or he moves his bishop out of the way. And if he moves it somewhere, then bishop e6 is the most natural because it also attacks the pawn in a2. There's really no other option. Like the knight just cannot move. The rook cannot move. So it's one of these two pieces that is free to move. And I mean, this is very tempting. I guess this is one way that he could be tempted, but it would actually mean that he would lose the game faster. But, you know, it is very tempting to support that pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
If you don't see exactly, like, why it's wrong, like, you might want to do it. But the thing is, other than rook e4 to c4, there might be some other ideas. Like, even bishop a4 looks kind of unpleasant. Like, I mean, also even here you can barely move, right?
Yeah. You just want to check on d7, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like there's only one way for white to win here. Actually, like, he's just going to be pinned up. So I think he'll realize that he can't play that, and then there's no other options. It's going to be bishop e6.
So Dijat has been spending more than 6 minutes on his upcoming move, and Fabi is once again ahead on the time. So they need 13 more moves to make to the time control.
Yeah, so after bishop e6, let's go through that line one more time. Bishop e6. So we're going to take, I think we're going to take, right? Because, well, you can take the pawn, but, I mean, actually, we can also take here. Right? We can also take like that.
Yeah, why not?
We can do it like this. Bishop takes. You know, we can go in for this position. So the question is, you know, what is the evaluation in a position like that?
The computer likes it, but...
yeah, the computer likes it, but we know that there's these fortresses, you know? Like, I guess we can go deeper and try to figure it out. And the question is, yeah, I mean, should you trade the rooks? I don't think you have anything to gain by trading them.
No, I think you should keep the rook on the board.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the pawn structure. You know, this g5 pawn creates some holes to black's position.
Yeah. Well, let's play it.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. I'll play black.
Okay. Whatever you do, I'll take on a6. Unless you play bishop c4.
Yeah, you can get rid of the pawn.
Yep.
So, okay, let's say I try to hold. So now I have to figure out where does this pawn want to be.
Okay.
h6 or h5.
I see it now. Maybe.
I mean, there's tons of examples where you even like just sack the rook for the bishop and win some king and pawn endgame. Yeah. All right. I don't know. Let's go. I don't know. Let's go h5.
King d2.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's try to set up the pawns like this.
Okay. King.
Yeah.
E3.
He played bishop e6. He played the right move.
Okay. King e3. Yep.
Yeah, somewhere you're even putting
Yeah,
into
just king
zugzwang,
e4.
you know?
King e5.
Yeah. You're already threatening that.
You have to move
Then
the bishop.
there's also the problem with the pawn.
Yeah, that's
So I have
that's
to move the
g5.
bishop. Hold on. And how do you win this?
I think just rook d6, rook d8.
Yeah, you just need to get your king. Like, how about this?
Yeah, and rook d8.
Yeah, you get. Here I go back. Can
Oh,
you
actually,
attack
yeah.
me like this? No.
Also, I can just play f4.
Can you put me in zugzwang here with like h3?
Ah, it is zugzwang.
It is zugzwang, I know.
Yeah, yeah,
'cause
yeah.
You're getting that square or that square. Yeah, okay. So actually with 3 pawns and the pawn being here, it's actually very easy to win.
Yeah. So if the pawn was on g6, maybe it's a different story. Because you don't have anything, you just move the bishop along the diagonal.
But the pawn being here, definitely not good. Okay. So let's see how we got here. So we agree that black should keep the rooks. At least keep one rook. Even if they still lose, they should try that.
So take on a6.
Should we take on a6 or do we need to like...
No, that's fine. You don't have rook e2 because there is rook d2.
All right, they're going for this position. Let's see the moves on the board. I think bishop takes c6 was played.
Yeah, yeah.
And
bc6.
bc6. So, yeah, we were looking also at rook c3, but it's not a big difference.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now it's interesting.
Yeah, now will Fabi play a3 or take on
Yeah.
c3 immediately?
Yeah, so I don't know. This a3 allows the bishop
Bishop
to
d5, yeah.
d5. And rook c3 doesn't because you don't have bishop d5 because that would take. So it really depends on how he evaluates his chances, to win that position. But the thing with a3 is that, once the bishop stabilizes, your rook is a bit trapped. And then this rook has chances to kind of make some trouble for you.
I think he will take on c3 immediately. He will not play a3, but he's calculating now because this position doesn't have any risk.
So
for
they're
him.
got 12 moves until the time control. Still plenty of time, yeah?
Plenty of time. Yeah, and also
This might be the last really big decision he makes, actually, Fabi.
because the
mean,
rest of the
yes.
moves is just so technical, right?
Right. It's like here he's actually deciding between what type of position he wants. Once he's in it, then it's like just a different stage of the game. He won't have these kinds of decisions anymore. So, in general, like the inclination when you're up material is don't trade pawns,
Yeah.
right? That's like there's definitely a principle behind that. The only problem is, that like black is getting a certain counterplay once they activate the rook. Then you need some precision too, because if you're kind of hasty and taking the pawn, like suddenly black is just actually completely okay.
Right.
This
yeah.
rook is useless and this rook is coming down and these 2 pawns are the targets.
Yeah. Well, Fabi shouldn't overjudge his opportunity on getting the a6 pawn, for example, because this is also
Yes.
can be tempting. I could just protect everything, move my king
Yeah.
up to a5 and take on a6 and promote the a pawn. But this is going to be a very long and uncertain journey.
Right. Well, okay. I understand why rook d8 is more accurate because the pawn's not going anywhere and the rook definitely needs to activate, right? And you don't want to give them the e file before it's too early. While it's too early. So that's a rook b7, and then you take on c3, and then they go rook e7. So can we go for the a pawn? I actually think we can, right? So this might be actually a quite convincing line. Because on this, we have that. On the check, we have that. And then that, rook c2. So I'm thinking maybe there's a very good reason for him to stick with a3 and follow that age-old principle. Don't trade pawns when you're up material. Trade pieces, but not pawns. So what do you think, Irene? Like this seems, so far it's kind of working out, right? So you have to play
Can I
here.
play a5 here?
And what is happening after that?
Sorry, rook b7 immediately, of course.
Yeah, rook b7. And then, let's say I take. And then it seems like you have to, I mean, you're about to get hit with that. So you have to go something like this. Maybe try to put your rook on a5. But I don't know. Like, let's look at it. Rook here and rook a5. It's a bit unusual.
Yeah, very unusual. I don't think he will play.
But I mean, he kind of has to find his only chances. I mean, you know, if you're going to lose that pawn, you lose the game. But how do we dislodge the rook? It's not that easy. And the rook also attacks a3. So he kind of has that setup where, you know, he's holding on. He just has to find, like, how tricky is it for him to find, after rook d8, to find rook b7? I mean, rook b7 is not that tricky.
But the idea of rook b5 and rook a5.
But on the other hand, what else can he do? Like, there's also just nothing else to do, right? There's no other moves. There's no infiltrations. You know, you check rook e7, you see that it doesn't work. And then you find rook b5. And then this. And then it really doesn't look that bad. And then you have to do more work, you know? But still, you know, I mean, there are chances here. Look, now we go back. You know, we put the rook here. Your rook's a bit trapped. Maybe we go a4.
And king d4.
We bring in the king. Yeah.
King d4, rook c5.
Like that, yeah. I mean, that actually looks pretty attractive. Of course, you know, black is also going to be bringing in the king, right? But, yeah, this is a crossroads. That's what it is. Like, it might seem like not much is happening at this point, guys, but it's actually a pretty big decision for Fabi, right? What's the nature of the endgame he wants? So he can give up the pawn on a2 or not. And in general, when there's limited material on the board, those kinds of questions are actually very important.
Yep. Yeah, not easy crossroad for Fabi, and also to foresee the resulting position, which is not very clear. You kind of like still have to work a little bit more to clarify it. And but both lines that you just showed, they're both tempting.
Yeah, and so the direct one is this, right? The direct one is just like that. Give up the pawn, and then judge this position. So this one is actually, in a way, there's like less. There's less sort of calculation because, okay, you win this, and then it's just how do you judge this position, right? So we already decided that if you take the rooks off the board, this is easily winning for white. So maybe, maybe he can find a way to get the rooks off the board, but it's not that easy.
How, actually, yeah?
Yeah, it's not that easy. If I had to guess, he's going to play a3. You know?
Okay, then as usual, I'll guess the opposite. So they have to make 12 more moves to the time control.
So what's your presence like online, Irene? Do you have a YouTube channel or streaming or anything like that?
I used to stream during the pandemic on Twitch, but then I just stopped at some point because, man, it's so tiring to just explain everything what's on your mind while also thinking the best moves to play.
Yeah.
So, but it's fun experience to try because it seems like during the pandemic everyone just become a streamer, right?
Yeah.
So I was so tempted to also try this new world, but then in the end I dropped it because and then the pandemic ended, and then I went back to my usual routine as a chess traveler.
Yeah.
So there's pretty much no time for me to stream anymore. But yeah, I have my YouTube channel. And I try to update with the contents, although not very regular, probably like once after a few months. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to find all these times, because we are still like a very active chess players. So I also need time to prepare, also to train, to play tournaments. So aside of that, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what life as a chess player is like in Indonesia. right? Like, what are, the peculiarities? Like, I just mean, like, it's so different from country to country because, for example, I recently went out with some Georgian chess players and, they get some sort of a stipend, a monthly stipend. And I actually was talking to someone who was telling us in Azerbaijan, they get a monthly stipend. And in Kazakhstan, I think the players are, very well treated, especially their women. And in America, and then when they hear that in America, like, we don't get any money from our national federation to play, people are usually surprised because it works differently, right, from their countries. But at the same time, I mean, for us, it's not like something that we really complain about, right? It's like, it's just a different system. Yeah, we're more on our own in the U.S. We got like more freedom. We can accept or decline invitations. So, for example, like, while some chess players basically they have to play for their national team at the big events, right? Like, for us, it's all just up to the individual player. Like, you want to accept your invitation or decline. So there's pluses and minuses, and it works differently in every country. Yep. So how is it in Indonesia?
Well, Indonesia, we do receive actually some sort of stipends, but not from our federation because we're also playing for our state, our provinces, and actually it's the government, like the state government, who are giving the stipends to the players. And in terms of playing in the big events, well, I kind of have this type of responsibility because I've been playing for the first board for Indonesian team for, I don't know, maybe 15 years. And it's like kind of assumed that I would be playing anyway. And actually, I wouldn't miss the opportunity when I have to represent my country. Yeah. So those big events, which is, for example, the upcoming Asian Games, because I have to represent Indonesia, not federation, in that event. So first, I was assumed that I'll be playing, and I like playing in such an event as well. But in the U.S., you guys have like the highest prize money in the nationals, in the U.S. chess champs.
Yes, we are very lucky, thanks to our generous sponsor, Rex Singfield and the St. Louis Chess Club, that we have the U.S. championships, which I think the prize fund last year went up to 40,000.
40,000,
I mean, just completely unprecedented. Like, in my life, not that long ago, I remember playing for like a first prize of, I don't know, like 5,000. Before, that was actually just a couple of years before the St. Louis Chess Club came along. And then maybe the first prizes in St. Louis, it might have been like 15,000, which was already a big step up. And then it was like 20, and then it was 25, and it just kind of keeps going up. And I think, that's actually what is making me think about, spending more of my time playing chess. Because basically it's been around 8 years, since I kind of switched over to teaching. And it's like shortly after I made my GM title, actually, because, I just looked at the situation and it's like, okay, we have the U.S. championship. That was it. I mean, $25,000 a year is not going to change your life, right? And there weren't that many other big events. Now you look at the situation, you're like, oh, we have 3 tournaments in the U.S. It's the U.S. championship. Last 2 years, we've had the American Cup. Then we have the Cairns Cup since 2019. So now you're talking about like 3 big money events, and that's just in the U.S., right? So it's like it's starting to change, the calculus, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the situation, and I'm like, oh, it's playing chess and kind of investing your time into getting better is certainly, it would pay off a lot more now than it would 10 years ago.
Right. Yeah. Totally. I have more questions about that, but I think we have to commentate on Fabi's decision because that was a big decision.
Yes. And he actually decided to go for just the capture on C3 and then on C6, right? He didn't save this pawn. That was our big question. He answered it in this way and took this one. And of course, as predicted, Najat did not go for the rook trade, which we already determined was going to be pretty easily winning. So he moves his rook away. And yeah, his only chance is to keep this rook active and kind of bothering white.
Yep. So yeah, you can choose to play king d2 here. You can also just simply take on a6. There's no risk to that.
Yeah, if you take on a6 and the rook comes down, then you just go rook d2. So I think he took the pawn. Yeah, so here we are. That's what we're going to be looking at until this game is over. basically just keep one thing in mind. If these rooks come off the board, white wins easily. So black needs to keep a pair of rooks on the board. So now, well, I guess you can give a check, or you can actually give a check. And if the king d2, you can go here. You actually can throw in a check. But maybe there's rook d1.
There's
But,
king c2 as well.
Yeah. Well, then the idea of this is just to move the bishop back and not have it not have the rook passive, right?
Yeah, rook d1 then. Yeah, should be the best move.
I think that I'll just show the trick that if you go towards my rook, I'm not planning to lose one of these pieces. I'm planning to use a skewer. Typical tactic for rook endgames. You can't take my bishop because you lose your rook and the pawn. And yeah, your pawn is actually in trouble. I'm going to take it anyway. So you have to think about how you're dealing with a check. He played rook e2 immediately. Okay, well, Fabi is definitely going to play rook d2 because
and rook e1 check, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's going to get the king here and move the bishop back. So basically, pretty similar to what we were trying to do. Yeah, it's like the same thing.
So yeah, so Nijat is playing for the activity for the rook because he cannot afford of having the rook to passive along the 7th rank.
Yeah, so the rook came back to guard the pawns. He gave a check. If Fabi blocks, the rook just comes back. So Fabi's not going to go for the repetition. He's going to go for king b2. And the bishop will come back and settle on that square. And then we'll be looking at that position for a while.
Yep, this is it. Or maybe there's rook e1, but after rook e1, rook d1, and then rook e2, then there's nothing else, You don't have any improvement to make.
Yeah.
So king b2 has to be played.
Yeah, I don't really see any point in blocking and allowing the rook back because then you have to save the pawns. You just have to go back. It's going to be a repetition. So he has to go king b2 or king c2. King c2 is fine.
Yep.
And then the bishop comes back.
Yeah, just a gentle reminder to those who just joined us in the live broadcast. The game between Magnus Carlsen versus Pragnananda ended with another draw. So they'll be playing the tiebreak tomorrow starting at 2 p.m. local time, Baku, Azerbaijan.
Yeah. And so, this is like basically these guys are going to answer the question that we had. Like, is this a winning position as for white? And was this a better option than going for a3? Right? So that this was not my choice. But that doesn't mean that Fabi doesn't have better judgment. So he goes rook a1. Okay, well, sure, but the rook is just going to leave, so I'm not exactly
e3.
I can go anywhere, any of these squares.
I think if you play rook e5, I'll play king c3 and then just keep approaching with my king.
Yeah.
So eventually the king will approach, but black I think has to make that journey harder for white.
Yeah. Well, why computer is saying white can win may be possible for machines. Of course, white has the advantage. Of course, it's theoretically possible to win. Right now I see the engine giving like a 1 point, 23 advantage. But it's not very meaningful for these positions, right? Because we're, so limited on material that I don't think that evaluation is really helpful until you see like a real plan for how you're going to increase it.
Right.
1.25 is not a lot for a position with this amount of limited material. So, well, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to hear their thoughts on that moment, after the game. Obviously, we can't overstate how important this is for Fabi. If he doesn't win, then he's actually going to be knocked out to 4th place and will be kind of still having to await Magnus's official decline of the candidate spot.
Yeah, and also has to fight at the Grand Swiss.
Yeah. The Grand Swiss is a big tournament coming up in October.
Yeah, late
it's
October.
Be really exciting.
Yep.
I wonder, is Magnus playing that one?
No.
I actually haven't seen, because he has played it before.
Yeah, back
a couple of years ago.
Right? Yeah, but no, he's not gonna play this. Or maybe if he's so bored of everything and he decided to just play, to have another title.
Well, he actually, you know what I think? What tournament he's planning to play? I think is the Qatar Open.
Qatar Masters, yes.
Yes,
Yeah, he's playing.
He's playing that one.
He's playing that one for sure.
That's in October as well. That
Yep.
actually coincides with the U.S. Championship.
So, if I'm not mistaken, I don't actually know Magnus's schedule after the World Cup, but he'll be playing Düsseldorf, right? Or not?
Oh, I can't remember.
I can't
if
remember.
He has a team. I for some reason I don't feel like he is playing, but I don't remember seeing his name.
But anyway,
I know they have some really top players.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. They have most of the top players playing there, and
a lot of the Indian top players.
Exactly.
Like Prague mentioned, he's going there.
Yeah.
I think Gukesh is going to be there.
Gukesh is going to be in the same team as Fabi, in fact.
Right.
Yeah,
That's it. Yeah. Fabi, Aronian. I'm
Aronian
pretty
and
sure.
yeah, Fabi, Aronian, and Gukesh will be in the
Wow.
same team.
Wait, they're all together. Fabi, Aronian, and Gukesh. Okay.
And Prague will be in the same team as Arjun.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, if I'm not mistaken, that after this, Magnus will be playing at the European Club Cup. It's in Albania, end of September until beginning of October, and
Yeah, I
straight
couldn't
after
play
that is
that
Qatar
one.
Masters.
Yeah. Because the U.S. Championship is like in October, and it's like a number of weeks, so it clashes with both these Qatar Masters and the European Club
Yeah,
Cup.
I had to Welcome back, everyone, and sorry for the technical intermission beforehand. But we have a few moves right now on the game between Fabiano and Nijat. Yes, you want to say something?
Yeah, I do. I love it how you called it a technical intermission. It's a very colorful way to say another break for us.
Yes, and we need another break actually too. Yeah, because this game will take longer than we expected. So yeah, let's show the current position right now.
Yes. There is a lot of intrigue about this end game. One of the intrigues is, will Fabi win to continue to a tiebreak tomorrow? The second one is, will this game go on so long that I miss my massage tonight?
You have another massage
Yes, I do.
booked tonight.
I do. I have another one booked tonight. That's right. I let a couple of days go by between my sessions, just to recover from all the pain. We call it a massage. It's more like a pain session that I've been going through here. But I'm really hoping tonight, I just said just the head and the arms. That's it, So hopefully I won't be manhandled too much. Well, that's still 3 hours away. So I'm thinking it is very likely I will make that massage because, usually they get to this kind of end game much later, right? So the fact that they're already here by move 40, I think the game is kind of on an accelerated trajectory.
Yep.
So let's take a look. When we last caught it, it was somewhere around here. The bishop went back. Fabi offered a rook trade. Now remember, guys, the one thing black does not want to do is trade the rooks. So they escape. And then the next few moves, it's after rook e5, king c3. So, of course, white's king does want to move towards the king side, and he does. And again, you can get the rook trade, but you just don't want it. So the rook goes to b5, king e3. Okay, king went to f2. There was nothing we could do to stop that. Didn't really change too much. He attacked this pawn. And h3, rook b4.
And king g3.
And king g3 on the board. So it's interesting. Okay, I guess we should start looking for how white's going to break through, yeah? How does white win this position?
I think it has to do with some of pawn moves. But how, yeah?
Yeah, you can always put your rook here. Then you can push h4. So let's try, yeah? Let's say you sit. And, I can also try to target this pawn. Can I try that? Can I just double up my rooks? And go from the back and just go after h6? Maybe that's what I do.
Interesting.
You might have to keep your rook on h4, but it's a little bit...
And then I can play king h2 and g4, trapping the rook like
trap
that.
my rook. Maybe that'll work. So this actually seems problematic.
And this idea seems very practical as well. You don't really have to think a lot and then just go for this idea. And again, in this position, there is no risk for Fabiano. So you can just move on and get this idea on the board. And if it doesn't work, you can try another idea.
Yeah, right now we're heading towards the pawn.
Oh, what if you put the king on h5? But it's also quite problematic because there is this idea with g4 later on.
If you put the king here, well, then you have to constantly look for checkmate ideas, yeah? You basically have to consider that this could happen at some point.
Or maybe rook a b8 now first, and then you go to b2, and that way you can save king h2 g4.
Yeah, and you know what else you can do? You can actually go here. You can even threaten that, and then that. There's just so many things, right? This king is not going to be actually very safe here on h5.
Yep. There are a few ways.
All right, so I do like this doubling up. In fact, if this plan is so effective, maybe this could end the game faster. So what if he goes h5 and tries to get the pawn to h4, actually? But then we actually go for the g pawn. We start rounding up this guy.
Yeah.
Do you have bishop f5, though?
Bishop f5. And now maybe just move away the king, yeah?
Well, you move the king because you want to go g4.
Mm-hmm.
And g4 is still...
So you play
Well,
rook
what if I go h4?
Mm.
Like, why am I losing this? It's not clear.
Yeah, so h4.
Maybe that's what Nijat should be trying to do. So his last move was king f6, right? And we're just like somewhere here, and I think he just played king f6 right here. Okay. But, he might have wanted to but he can't play h5, but he's probably playing king f6 because he wants to consider that.
Yeah, that's possible.
On the other hand, if this pawn moves, there's multiple ways you can attack g5. Maybe the one that we tried wasn't the most effective, right? But, like, what if I go, okay, I have an idea. I go here, and what did we try? We tried, like, well, I don't think we looked at this position exactly. If you push... I mean, I might have to just kind of let you give me the check, right? I'm trying to see how I can target this, but I don't have that square or that square, and I can't get my rook so easily to the 5th. So I go there. You push me back, and you sit like that. And if I go back, you go back. If I go back, you go back to e6, always.
Okay, just try to get to the 5th rank then. Okay. Rook d8.
Yeah.
And reroute it to d2. Let's go to rook d2. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I have rook c2 or rook e2, and then go to the 5th rank.
Okay. So you'd basically just want to put it somewhere here and attack. Yeah, and the pawn is kind of fixed. And then if I start moving, the more I move my pawns.
And then f6 is the target of attack now.
The more the pawns move, the more they generally come under an attack. So like I have to go there, and then you just go here. And what if I sit like this? Still putting resistance.
Rook e5?
Yeah, and then like that. Now, am I in zugzwang, or I still have king f6 pretty much in everything you do?
Well, first I think, yeah, I'll just pull my rook back, because then sooner or later you might not have any moves. Okay, rook c5, for example, and then reroute my king.
Which move do you want to do?
There, I already did.
You played rook here and here?
Yeah, there's one funny idea here, actually. It's g4.
Yeah, because you're going to have h4 in the end, yeah? So your idea is basically like, okay, so I'm sitting and you're going here. That way you can take with check. I must take en passant. And these pieces are pinned.
And after
wow,
f6,
and
h4.
even after f6, you still have that.
F4, yeah.
Because the pawn cannot take and the rook cannot take. And everything is tied.
Yeah.
Tied up, you're like paralyzed. Actually, you're in zugzwang.
Yeah, and now bishop has to move, and now we get the g5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we found it.
So, I mean...
At least we found one mini way.
Yeah, we found one way. And basically, okay, he goes rook e2. So he doesn't go for rook d8. Why does he go rook e2? What is that trying to do?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, because you have to provoke.
He wants to go
pawn.
rook e4. I mean, that's the only way I can... He wants to get the rook off the 4th, I think.
Okay, now bishop f5 is on the board, and I think now rook e8, yeah?
Yeah, now rook e8 looks...
You have to provoke the pawn to move, and then you come back to the 5th rank.
Yeah. No, I guess he will win. I think he will win. That means his judgment to go into this was right on target. You know, despite the rooks being on the board, taking it longer. But he should be able to break down black's defenses here. Yeah,
we'll see. Also because, yeah, both players have another extra 30 minutes on the clock right now, because they already passed their 40th moves.
So Fabi is thinking, and he moves his rook into e5.
Okay.
So that's not really what we expected, right? Because I don't quite get it. Like, what is the point, actually, to do that if the bishop can go back? I mean, not clear, right? And it's not like he's making progress. Until this pawn is moved, the rook doesn't do much here.
Right. And the bishop has to move back to e6. I don't see any other square for the bishop.
Yeah.
Well, you can play bishop g6 too, but I think e6 just a better square for the bishop anyway. So maybe you can just move your rook to c5 right now, or b5.
b5.
b5, b8. Okay, if Fabi keeps this idea in mind, then it should be fine.
Yeah, I think he just made some move. Some moves have been played.
I think it's still
no,
there.
Nijat is still thinking. He's still thinking
he's
after
still
rook
thinking.
e5, yeah. His bishop is still on f5.
So yeah, g6 or e6?
Well, the bishop, I mean, I don't know. I would definitely keep him here. He seems to have been doing a good job there.
Yeah, why changing the nature of the bishop, right?
Yeah, I mean, on g6, maybe it's not terrible either. Maybe it's fine as well. How do we win if the bishop is on g6?
Just rook b6. Sorry, rook b5. Rook e b5 and you give a check.
Okay.
I mean, just a slight improvement to the position, maybe, maybe not.
But now maybe actually the bishop should go to g6. Maybe it's a little easier to defend against these ideas, actually. Because we have bishop h7, right? Like, if you double up, like, I actually have, like just to, well, not with that move, but just to show you the point, like, something like that. I don't even give you a check there. Maybe the bishop should go to g6. I think Nijat is correct to be thinking about this decision, because the bishop here is not bad at all. I think he's going to do it. G6, G6. There we go.
You could kind of tell, right, from the position of the hand when you're reaching the bishop, it's going to go to the other side.
Yes. Right. So he went G6. Okay, you know what? I'm still not seeing the breakthrough plan for white, actually. I'm back to not seeing it, because I think the bishop is here is better than it was on e6. Do you see any ideas here?
I think some pawn moves have to be made. Like,
and you can't even go with rook e4, you know, anymore.
Yeah, Fabi has to think a little bit outside the box here, because you just have to imagine the plan first before you move the pieces, because it's not easy, yeah? I think at some point you have to move h4 or f4, but of course with the support of the rook.
Yeah. How would you do that?
So maybe
put the rook on h1.
Yeah, put one rook on the third rank and put one rook behind the pawn.
Okay, he offered a rook trade, which he knows is not going to be accepted.
So maybe just rook c4, rook d4.
Yeah. Interesting. So we have a comment here. Seems like FIDE's target customers were masters or something. This is boring actually for 99% of the chess community. It's a little hard to make this endgame very exciting, right?
Yep.
I don't know, to talk about this endgame like nothing is happening yet, right? They're maneuvering out their pieces and we're trying to see if Fabiano is going to change the position in some way. But so far, it's not easy to see how he's going to do it. So do you want to try this plan of bringing the rook to h1?
Yep, let's do it.
All right. So if I stay...
Oh, not
like
b1.
that. Not b1, maybe the a1. Yeah, a1. Okay, so like that, you kind of stay, and I go here, right? So the first question is, like, should I just play rook here? Or is the rook just going to be forced to move anyway at some point, maybe? Let's say I just let you play h4, right? Okay. I don't think I want to trade. I would assume that that's progress, but also it's progress for you to maybe,
h5.
well, to win my pawn, yeah? Or to be able to play h5. So let's say I go king f6. Yeah, I would think h5 is some big progress.
Yeah, I could actually give a check first, maybe. or just play h5. Either one will do.
Yeah, h5. I mean,
No. Now the g5 is not protected, so we can
you
take
want to take
it.
and just go like rook e1.
And yeah, rook c1 may be better. Rook c1, and I think this is pretty much the idea. And then you attack it.
And then we had some position like this, right?
Yep. And then now you can just rook f4 and then king h2 or king f2 and put the king on e3 and then g4. King f2, I guess, is better. Or yeah, now g3 is the direct attack. Yeah.
Maybe g4.
G4 there is a check and then king g3.
G4, there's also king g3 right away, right?
King g3 right away, yeah.
And then maybe even f4.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like making progress, yeah? And breaking things down.
Okay, I think Fabi went for another idea because let's figure out what he's thinking right now because he's doubling up the rook on the b file. I'm trying to make sense of that move.
Okay, so Fabi played, let's see the last couple of moves. So he offered the rook trade, he stepped away, king went back, and rook here. Oh, okay. No, he wants to go rook here and then h4.
Ah, that's it.
Yeah, instead of having the rook in h1. It actually makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. Very logical. I mean, black doesn't have a whole lot of a plan here, yeah? So rook b4 is next and then h4. What can he do? And he can't play h5 himself now. So I get what Fabi is doing. Makes sense.
Yeah, but
so let's say you go here, I don't know, here, and then we make our first inroad, right? Like that. I mean, the thing is, like, if you have to take here, then I feel like I'm making some progress, right? I mean, I know it's not game over, or maybe you do have to take, but it feels like it's some kind of progress. At least it's like the first major pawn.
yeah,
switch.
obviously, because then you can move your pawns to
Yeah,
g4,
F4,
F5.
and F5, yeah.
Yeah, so this could be it. But the drawback of this move is you're not supporting h5.
Yeah, maybe you go h5 though. Maybe that's what you have to do, absolutely have to do before I play g4 is like to do that. You know, so that way I can never push.
But this way I can play rook 6 b5 and then play f4, f5.
That looks pretty good.
Or I can start with f4 first. Actually, let's start with f4
You want to
first.
start with f4,
yeah, so that there's no check. So I can actually use the other rook, the fourth rook to b5.
Yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I do feel like we're making progress here. Let's see what they just did. They played a couple of moves. Nejat moved his rook down somewhere. And what was his move? We can't see it.
Yeah, we'll have it on the board soon. There, rook c2, rook b2.
Or rook b2. Because he can't go here yet. Okay, so rook b2, so the rook will come back. And then we come back, and then we play h4. Yeah, he's definitely going for that h4 idea. What is the difference in prize money between third and fourth place? Shall we look that up?
Sure.
What is the first place here? Is it 100,000?
I'll have it very soon.
Okay. Yeah, Fabi, well, is he winning? He's at least making some progress to get there. I think he's found a plan.
So the first place, the winner of the World Cup will be getting 110,000 US dollars. Runner-up will be getting 80,000. The third place will have 60,000. The fourth will be 50,000. So only 10,000
separating them.
Yeah. But I think they're not thinking about money at this point. It's just like the spot for the candidate, and I think that's it, right? It's more important.
Just the sporting aspect of it, right? Because chess players, they don't like to lose, right? You don't want to, even if you've had a very successful tournament, and like someone, like both of them, neither of them wants to finish on a loss.
Yep.
It's always going to feel disappointing, even if you have achieved a lot of your goals. I wonder who would be more disappointed, right? Like Fabi finishing this tournament with a loss or Najat?
Well, it's almost like everyone gets the rain, but just depending on which rain is bigger than the other, right? So I don't think either of them will be happy anyway. But yeah, Fabi is the world number 2 currently in the live rating.
Yeah.
I think he will be more upset. But Nijat, he has all the consolation for himself. Like he has been having like a very great run of a tournament of his life actually. So at this point, I think it helped Nijat to play such a beautiful game yesterday because he had pretty much nothing to lose. And he has been having like a very positive approach against pretty much anyone in this World Cup because he's been playing against much high-rated players, right? Until the end, actually. Yeah, right? Playing against world number 1 and number 2. But yeah, Nijat has also his moments where today, actually, unfortunately, he didn't go for his main Sveshnikov. Yeah, that is a very curious decision by him.
Yeah, so tomorrow the match is going to be 1 hour earlier than usual. We're getting a lot of questions about that.
Yep.
So 2 p.m. Baku time.
I think we have to keep reminding everyone because
Yes.
they might be late and they will miss all the action.
Yeah, if you come an hour late, you're going to miss the first game.
Yep, first game for sure. And maybe
Yeah.
it was the decisive game. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, tomorrow is going to be, I think, an amazing day of chess where we're going to get like all the compensation for today's, lack of excitement.
Okay, so Nijat played rook c4, and I think Fabi will, instantly replied with rook to b4. So yeah, we'll see h4 very much soon on the board.
So Fabi is carrying out his plan to execute this h4 push. And that's going to actually put Nijat in front of a pretty big decision, right? Because he's either going to have to take or wait for white to take. So right now, I don't know. He can also put his rook here. Doesn't really change much, for this plan.
Yeah, to be honest, if you put the rook on c5, I might pull the other rook to b5 and then I play my h4 just to have, a direct hit on g5 because you have to do something after that.
Yeah, no, it's certainly going to be a disappointing game for Nijat if he loses, which I think is likely to happen, right? Because with such a flashy win yesterday, it's not even that he loses the second game, right? It's like the way the game went is going to be disappointing for him.
Yep, because he pretty much didn't have anything out of the opening, and it's actually just giving Fabiano all the advantage that he needed.
Yeah, but still a very tricky choice by Fabiano. But again, all the questions really for Nijat, why he decided to enter this line that was so heavy on computer analysis without... because, the thing is, like, if your opponent plays bishop f4 in the opening and they're choosing that, right? Like, they're prepared for that. They're prepared for that bishop b4 line. They're the ones who are making the choice to enter it. So why go along? It's just such an interesting psychological question.
Yep. Yeah, we will have our colleague Michael to ask him later in the interview.
All right, so Nijat about to move his rook away. All right, so let's go through this line again. So let's say we go rook c5. You could actually have the rook on b5 if you'd like. You can have the rook here before you go h4.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what I was planning.
Yeah, so he actually went rook c5, and I think Fabi will play rook b5.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I think getting the rook out of there is a good idea. And so once the rook moves, then I think we're going to be trying this move. And the pawn is under attack, and probably, you totally don't have king f6 anymore because I just take. Actually, if I go rook g4, you have bishop f5 still. But still, like, we have seen a king f6, once this pawn becomes a target, all we got to do is like
Double up on
double
the
up
fifth
on
rank.
it. Yeah. And then black is quite helpless, right?
Yep.
So that means that black doesn't have a big choice. Like every time you push the pawn, you're just creating more problems for yourself.
Yeah, yeah. If you push f6, then you can just throw in some check on the 7th rank first. And you don't even have to think about taking the g5 pawn or not, because you have now another or the different target of attack.
Who is Michael? Is he also a chess player? Michael is our main interviewer for the event.
He is a chess player. He's as strong
Yes.
I am.
Oh, wow. Okay. I didn't know that he was so... I knew he was a chess player from, just from the context, right?
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
didn't realize that he is quite that strong. That's cool. I think he's doing a great job with
Yes.
his interviews, preparing the questions and everything. Actually, I gave him an interview this
afternoon.
afternoon, so you might find it on YouTube on the FIDE channel, guys, if you're interested.
Yeah, we see Fabi throw in this rook b5.
Yeah, he did play.
And now it's waiting for Nijat to move the rook. Yeah, at this point, even though both players have so much time on the clock, because they got these 30 minutes extra after the 40th moves, most of the moves here, you kind of like play it under 5 minutes, right? Or even under 3 minutes, because you don't really have to think so much.
Yeah, there's not a lot of calculation really for either side, right? I mean, because there's not a lot of counterplay for black so far. So while they're still in this stage, the moves are going to come pretty quickly. Yep.
So we saw rook c2. That's a very logical rank for the rook to be.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm actually...
Oh, Fabi didn't go for
He
h4.
didn't go
really.
for H4.
He played rook d5. So he's preparing this double up on the 5th rank. He's taking his time, but
But he will play H4.
He will play,
No, rook d5 is a perfectly useful move.
Yes, yes. I like it, actually. Yeah.
You know what I'm interested in doing is actually seeing what the cloud engines think about this position. So we can do that. Why not? We got time. So they analyze like a lot faster and deeper than the regular engines. So basically, okay, we'll leave it on for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, H4 is the main idea. That's right. So I think we're on track with predicting this pawn push by Fabi sometime soon. And the computer is giving it to close to +2 advantage now. So let's say the rook goes, I don't know, somewhere to c1, right? And basically we have to push. And after pawn takes, we're probably going to take with the king.
Yep. Since g2 is no longer under attack.
Maybe king g4.
Instead of taking? What do
you after rook h1, like
rook a1.
Yeah, rook. Oh yeah, like rook a1. And, no, I mean you take on h4, and after king takes h4, rook h1. Yeah, like
King
something
G4.
like king g4. And I just realized the cloud engine is done contributing his analysis. So let's just turn that off. That didn't work. Oh well. But yeah, we can take a look at this position. So king g4, what's black going to do? Can black play h5? And do we want to move our king up or down?
Up.
Yes, up, because it loses a rook.
Oh, sure.
Yes, exactly, Irene. It's exactly what we want to do. Because we want, well, it doesn't actually lose the rook,
There's
but
G4,
it's like,
there's G4.
but then you have to go g4 to save the rook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank God there's g4.
Yeah, there's g4,
But you don't want to
actually
trade
you don't
one
want to
more.
trade that pawn. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there are. Okay. So king down then. King down. Okay. What's our winning plan here? Well, you already pointed out this one. This is the big one. I mean that you might even bury the bishop on h7. Yeah, that's
So-
going to be a problem.
Yeah, so there's funny line also, like if king g3 and then h4, and then you kind of like just play. Oh no, h4 it doesn't work because rook takes h4. Yeah, so this idea is very concrete then. Just trade one pawn and then push this f4 to f5 and just get a better space and attack later on. Yep. So Fabi played rook d5 and now Nijat is still thinking.
Yeah, and you're just thinking, I mean, okay, look, he can't stop this plan. He can't push the pawn. He can't push any pawns. Moving the bishop makes no sense. So we know it's going to be a rook move.
Yeah, just to
And
pass the turn.
this is going to happen, right? There's just not much he can do. So he needs to move the rook somewhere.
Rook a2 maybe, yeah? So that
Yeah.
after taking, rook has to take.
Yeah, but it's not a big problem.
Yeah.
I'll take with the rook.
Yeah, in this position, it's funny. It's just a kind of like a routine where you don't actually mind wasting a few tempi. It's not like it's some complex position where you have to where you have to play some concrete chess. Here you can just move around and then see your opponent's idea.
Yeah, white is really in no hurry. Yeah, but ultimately, this move. Let's say we move the rook out of the side of the board. Let's say you stay. So let's just show. Are we ready for f4 now or not yet? I feel like we're ready for it. I think we can push.
Yeah.
Or there's maybe h4.
H4, just king h3.
Yeah, king h3, yeah? Because you don't necessarily want to take it.
I think you can take it because now
You
rook
can
g5.
still do it, yeah, maybe like that,
g5
and then
and then,
f5,
yeah.
yeah. You can even do that. But, I mean, rather not take it, because we'd rather win it for free later.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you can't push. So what are you doing to stop f5? Like, if you give me...
It doesn't stop,
Yeah,
yeah?
it doesn't really stop
You
it,
just
right?
play f5. No, you play f5 and then rook f4.
Ah, okay. I just go here. You can't take because you lose your bishop. You got to go to h7. Okay.
Rook b6 check.
Well, that
Or king
allows
eight-
the king in.
And then
f6,
f6.
king
maybe.
h6, and then you
And then
kind
rook
of-
b5.
Then bishop back. Then we have to try to mate you, but it's not easy. So let's think about how do we break this down?
What about rook b6, king g5, and then rook b7? There you go.
There I go, yeah? Let's think. Rook b6, king g5, rook b7. You're after this pawn, yeah? I can't take an f5. If I go king f6...
And then, no, rook d6 also. Does it work?
Rook d6.
But you can take rook f7, king e5, yeah? But even then,
it
I can
feels
just...
like rook h6.
rook
and
h6
yeah.
and then it's over.
All right, so I kind of like this. You go up, and we just go after this
No,
pawn.
the other rook,
The
because
other
you have to
rook.
keep...
Yeah, you got to protect this one. Yeah, like this. And if you go... Yeah, if you go there... Ah,
just
you
take-
actually can, because there is h4, maybe.
And then king
But
h2,
you have to go king h2, rook f2,
king g1,
king g1, rook f4.
and then just wait.
Are you in zugzwang? Is this a zugzwang?
Or even I like rook d6 just to stop the king from moving or something.
Here.
No, this is almost mate, I think. You can just play a rook g8 check,
Yeah.
king h5, and now there should be something.
There should be, but it's not like completely obvious what it is it?
Oh, I can just double my rook on the g file. Okay, let's play.
Maybe is there any situation where we can? No, there's like no situation where we can really take this guy. Yeah.
No, rook d6 now. So you have to move.
Okay.
You have to move the bishop or the rook.
So what are you trying to do with that move, though?
Just to cut down the king, and then I go to the other side to the fifth rank. With the other rook.
Okay,
That doesn't make sense.
Fabi finally pushed h4. So we're heading down this road. So where he's soon going to be trying to like push that f pawn. So
Oh, there's sorry on this
Yeah.
one. There's also another idea. You just reroute the G rook to the F1
Mm-hmm.
and then trade it that way. Any trade is good, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But I think there should be like a
Cleaner way to do it.
cleaner way to win
So like,
this
okay,
one.
here you're pinned in every way. You basically can only move your king. So, oh, can we go the other way? Can we try to go from f6 to pin you?
Yeah.
Or
why not?
maybe you have to go to h7. Now
And,
I pin you this
yeah.
way, and then I think I just win your bishop. Okay. Well, we went a little far, but our point is to illustrate that black is in trouble. Yeah, it's to illustrate that black is in trouble because of the plan of pushing this pawn.
Right.
So right now, by the way, Najat did, he realizes all of this, and he did play the move h5.
Yep.
Right.
So I think the best way for Fabi is after this h5, you just put the rook back to d4 because you need this rook to be activated and play rook d2. Or maybe just play
But
f4.
do you even need to like have the rook on the second? I
Yeah,
think you
yeah.
can just go for like this plan. So we were looking at this.
Or rook b4, yeah.
Right,
rook
let's just look at the
b4.
line that we looked at. This one, you move, I push. Right, so we tried h4. We know that that's bad. We also tried in this position, I think, king f6. Ah, yes, king f6, and that's when you played this f5 move.
So it doesn't really stop it at all.
Yeah, so f5 is good. And then,
Bishop
well, we haven't looked at
h7.
this yet.
We did, no?
No.
There's rook b6.
Oh,
check.
yeah. Oh, yeah, we did look at that.
Yeah, that rook
Ah,
b6.
yeah. We did look at this, and there's
Rook b6,
a
rook b7.
check. And then we kind
No,
of
the other
come in
rook.
the other rook. Yeah. We just were looking at this one, promote move. Okay. And then if you go back, I guess just
now-
rook d6.
Yeah, just rook d6.
I mean, because if I have to make your bishop go to g8, I guess it's pretty bad, yeah? How do we win this one? It reminds me of some game in the Global League. I think even Prague was white, and he was playing against some other Indian player that got like his bishop stuck like that, very similarly. Okay, so he made a move and he played rook b4. Yeah.
Yeah, Fabi will win this. Yeah, so here after bishop g8, I think you can just kind of play slowly here.
Do we need to push through this move eventually?
We might, but I like, okay, well, let's put rook bc7. I just want to put my rook on the,
Yeah.
and then I want to reroute it to the g file. Oh, actually, if I do play,
Can we like line up our rooks like that and just try to play king h4? Like, what if I do? Or that allows your bishop out, yeah? So like if I do something like this. Okay, well then I might even have some problems with this pawn, so I need to be a little careful about how I do things.
yeah, rook d6, you want to play rook g6? And now bishop h7, let's say. Yeah, just push and then rook c3, right? I think that's pretty clear.
Well, what does rook c3 do?
And then king h2 and then rook g3. Something like that.
We can't like...
Oh, we can
try
of
to put
course.
you back. But
Oh, you can do-
What
yeah,
does that do?
And rook d8 and rook f8.
There we go. We're finally making progress. Yeah, we broke through to that pawn. Yeah, if you take, I also win your bishop. All right, so that's a winning line. So basically he has to push the pawn all the way to f6.
Yep.
Yeah, if he manages to get the pawn to f5, let's look at that again. f5, bishop h7. So he has to eventually get the pawn to f6. So he starts like that, very logical, and goes for this f pawn. Nope, that's a bad move. King f6 back. Rook d6. Rook d7. And basically the plan here is to push through this, yeah?
Okay, you can start. Can you start doing it now?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what we did, I think.
No, instead of going.
Just rook d6?
Yeah, instead of rook d7, like here, can we just push it here? I think we can.
I think we can.
Yeah,
It's,
just f6.
Yeah, we don't even need. Yeah, why not? And the key point is this.
Yep.
Is that we are doing this thing. And in this position, you can't. Yeah, you can't. This is funny.
Rook b8.
Yeah. This is a very funny piece, isn't it? Yeah. All right. So what do we have on the board? We got Nijat just kind of playing rook c2 and waiting for Fabi to make progress. So we're expecting f4 here, but Fabi's gonna, I guess, spend some time.
Yeah, because f4 is kind of committal, and he has a lot of time on the clock, so he should be thinking and calculating this.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant to defend this as black, I have to say. Knowing that you're probably going to lose, but you still have to keep on playing.
To keep up. Yeah. I totally understand the feeling. Been there, done that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Although I haven't in my own career, I haven't had many positions like this type, down in exchange, like with this situation. I can't really think of anything. Why Fabi behaving like he has 30 minutes? Oh, because you're wondering why it looks like he's losing on time, but he's not worried. It's because...
He has 30 minutes.
Yeah, he does have the 30 minutes. He's made time control 14 moves ago. And once he gets down to 0, it's actually going to be an extra 30 minutes for him. So he's not in any time trouble whatsoever here.
Yep.
And... yeah, they're each going to have 30 minutes pretty soon.
They just did, because Fabi just went down to zeros.
Yeah, and so we're waiting to see, is he going to go for f4 now, or is he somehow going to try to prepare it? Because there actually is no other winning plan, right?
Yeah, I think that's the only winning plan, to keep this pawn moving. Because this bishop is just a little too solid.
Yeah.
You have to disturb it with the pawn.
Do you think it makes any sense? Let's say if I want, for some reason, want my king more active before I play here. What if I go here?
Okay, let's just play some moves, yeah?
We stay. I get you off.
Rook there.
I get you off, and then...
I can always go back down.
Somewhere,
This rook has so many squares, and then I can give a check.
go.
Oh, I can actually play king h6 here.
And then you threaten the check, yeah?
Yeah.
But, okay. I mean...
eventually you have to push the pawn, yeah?
Yeah. I'll do it here.
I was thinking, okay, rook h1, king g3, h4, king g4. Oh no, king g4 will be mate. Oh no, it's not.
No,
king f3.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, if we trade one more pawn, this h pawn with the g pawn, does it help white's position or does it help black's position?
But I won't trade with you. I think I have g3
You just
there.
push, yeah?
I think, okay, you're asking about this line. Well, first of all,
no.
you can't even really get it in, right?
No.
But I think even if I had to play here, probably would be winning anyway.
Yeah. But not immediately. So after this h4, king here, and then, I don't know, you always protect h3. F5
because now that you've pushed, you've kind of made this more vulnerable, yeah?
And now the king is active, so yeah, this is not very good for black.
Yeah, I mean, he can hold off with f4 a bit.
Yeah, he can. It's just that the question, which type of setup that he's going to go for before he push f4. So many 4-4-4, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we got rook c2 and either f4 or some kind of plan where you try to get the rook off the second. Any other plans for white? I mean, yeah, it's either you're going to try to improve your king first and then push the pawn, or you just push the pawn, right? So Fabi's working out this question right now. All right, time to talk about chess in Indonesia.
Okay, what do you want to know?
I don't know. Are there like chess clubs? Are there tournaments like, for the top players? Like,
Yeah, there are chess clubs, and but most of the chess clubs, I don't think it's for the top players. I myself, I don't really have any chess club.
did you like grow up like, going to tournaments at some local chess club or?
Not local chess club, but there are so many local chess tournaments. But it requires me to travel actually within the country. So, but now it's very much accessible. Now, okay, when I was growing up, this type of tournaments only happen like once every couple of months. So it was not very, very often. But now tournaments are just everywhere, clashing one to another. So
Really?
it's a very good day to be a chess player nowadays compared to when I was back then.
Are there a lot more kids playing?
Yes, totally. I think the fact that I became the first WGM in the country, it helped also to raise more girls into the game.
Yeah.
And because, to get girls to play chess, you also have to entice their parents,
Yes.
right? It's a little bit more tricky compared to when you're a boy and then you play chess. I think it's kind of like normal, but for girls to play chess, yeah, it's not frowned upon, but it's just a little bit unusual. So once you get the parents attracted to the game and then see that chess actually promises you a very good and decent life, this is the picture that you want to show to the parents first before the
Yes.
parents bring their girls into the game.
Yeah. So do you kind of see yourself as like an ambassador for, girls to enter chess, like in Indonesia? Like, do you do events with girls, like tournaments, kind of lectures, like, what kind of activities are you involved in?
Yeah, I would like to think so actually, because this is one of my goals as a female chess player, to bring more girls into the play, and I think it shows in the quality of women's chess in Indonesia as well. Before me, there was no woman grandmaster,
Right.
and then when I got into this game, and then I got the title, and now we have another 2 women grandmasters, and in the past decade, women's chess is much growing than the open chess. So we have more title. We also have more achievements in terms of ranking in the Olympiads, for example, and other
Right.
stuff. So
Like we played your team quite late in the Olympiad. It was
that's
the
right.
penultimate round.
Penultimate,
actually,
yeah.
At the last Olympiad in Chennai. Yeah.
Yeah. I managed to. I had I think quite a better position against Begim.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a piece up, but I couldn't convert until it was a draw. But yeah, your team did very well. Yeah, especially beating, I think, the Indian team in the last round, right?
Yeah. We got to play the role of spoiler in that Olympiad, kind of saving the best for last and beating a team that had so far been unbeatable.
Yep.
Of course, it was a little sad for Team India, who could have, had the gold medal had they beaten us. But I don't know. Our team was just kind of getting started, and we won like most of our last matches, really.
Yeah, you had a strong finish. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. But these days, again, chess is more accessible to everyone. They can study chess. Back then, I had to wait for a few weeks to get my informant sent to my doorstep.
Wow.
And now they could just easily on their fingertips, on their iPads, on their computers, everywhere, yeah?
So how did you get into chess? I mean, you said chess is not like as popular for girls as for boys in Indonesia. So what is your story of getting into chess?
Oh, it's actually a funny story because I have an older brother. He is 2 years older than me, but we're just being so competitive when we're children. And he was being taught chess first by my dad. And of course, I asked my dad to teach me as well because I just have to beat him in every single thing. And of course, he was better. He was a better chess player than me until I think when I was 11 or so that I started beating him. But he stopped playing chess about 10 years ago or so because he was focusing on his business. But he ended up being a very strong FM, 2300 something.
So you have really 2 chess players in the family. Now that's a cool story because I didn't know that, that your brother was also a strong player.
Oh, my sister is also a chess player.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I think...
so you're one of 3 children.
Yes, yeah, I'm the second. I'm the second child of 3. Yeah, so that's well, I think it's because sports running thick in our family blood. Because my dad, not a chess player, but he used to be the national athlete of table tennis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Do you
so
play table tennis
I do,
too?
I do.
Oh, wow. So he was teaching you.
Yeah, he was teaching me. Yes.
Very cool.
Okay, so we have this position on the board that we already analyzed before. So we agreed that King F6 actually doesn't stop F5 at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had looked at this position and we thought that white could just push through this move because it was too dangerous for black to take the pawn because of rook F4. Right. In fact, if you take it, like rook F4 is just a game-ending pin.
So you
Right.
shouldn't take
In
it.
this version, there's no chance to take it at all. Right. So basically, if you play F5, you're pushing the bishop back. I think that's pretty much forced.
So
And-
it's a question now whether you throw in the check or not. Yeah. After F5, you play rook C3 immediately.
Yes.
Or bishop H7.
Yes. But I don't think rook C3 helps you very much.
It doesn't make any difference.
Right. Because, well, it makes a difference that it also loses that pawn right away.
Right.
Right. So you throw in the check while the king just goes to H4 and then that pawn's going to hang. Yeah. So I don't think he's going to have any choices here. I think he's going to go bishop H7. And after that, we were looking. I'm trying to remember if we were trying to play king H4 here or just the rook check. I think, yeah, we gave the check. That's right. We gave the check because the king goes up, we play F6. Yeah, so we're actually going in for this position that we were analyzing. I think it has a very good chance of appearing on the board.
Yeah. So I think Fabi just needs to convince himself that this F5 works because again, such a move is very committal and there is no way back for the pawn to move back to F4, right? So once you put it on F5, you have to be very concrete because this pawn will always be the target of attack.
Well, so we looked at this. So again, reminding the main line that we're entering.
King G5.
Oh, he plays rook G5. So he decides not to go with the pawn first. And what is the idea of rook to G5?
I just give a check and I F5. Rook B6 and
Rook B6 and then push. So what is Nijat gonna do?
you can play rook C6.
Yeah, does he need to go there?
But rook
then
C6, King
maybe
H4,
King H4
and then
yeah.
F5, yeah?
Yeah, that's also quite convincing. Yeah. So if you guard your 6th rank, then this king just comes in.
And you cannot
and
do anything.
This is still a threat because if you take it, there's still this kind of stuff, and you also are losing the pawn. So Fabi, okay, he's doing it his own way, but it also looks good. And what are you going to do about rook to B6? I don't know. If you just sit still doing nothing, then rook here. King there. Now, I guess there's still B4, King H6 to deal with, right? Sorry, F5, King H6. Yeah, that's actually one of the tricks that you don't want to fall for.
Yeah, so after King G7, we
Because,
just...
yeah, actually, like here, okay, white can take or push, and both of them look dangerous, but you're not actually winning, because, like, on G7, there's rook C8.
You can give a check first, yeah? Rook C3
Yeah, you can
and
throw
then
in the
go
check,
there.
yeah. So that's something that Fabi needs to avoid. So maybe I don't know. Do you think he missed that he's not going to have F5 right away, or he just
No, he's
just gonna move his
will
rook
move
and
his
then
rook.
play
Yeah,
F5, right?
He'll move the rook and then F5.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no stopping that.
So he'll play something like I don't know. Where's the rook going to go?
A5 maybe.
E5 maybe.
Yeah, just the dog squares. The thing about E5 is maybe maybe there is like
Yeah, you're going to
F6 or something. I don't know. Just principle. Just get away with the rook as far as you can.
You want to go to A5.
Yeah.
Well, here there's this move which appears to be annoying.
And you cannot play king h4 because
of this, and then at
And-
least you're slowed down a little bit. Still looks pretty good, right?
Yeah.
But now maybe rook here, and on f5. Ah, there's rook g4. So I can't come up because there's checkmate. So you have to go to h3. And this is not as good as the ones that we looked at because somehow our king is cut, right? When we looked at it, let's see the difference. When we were trying to play f5, bishop h7, we were going for these positions, right? And wait. No, we weren't doing it like this. We were trying to attack you first, right? Like this. Wait, what was the line that we looked at?
we saw king g5. But did we see king g7?
Oh, maybe we didn't. Maybe. All right, king g5, yeah. Let's say. We looked at so many lines here. I'm trying to.
Yeah. Now this is different.
We basically we looked at something like this.
It is like this. Yeah.
But somehow the king is not cut, this way.
Yeah. And you preserve this idea with king h4.
Yeah. So let's take a look. Fabi's position. So rook g5. So he's going to stay. I mean, the only point is to check. King must go back. Now you realize you can't play f5. So that was not a winning move because your rook gets trapped. So you must do something else. So maybe he's just going to have to realize that the rook isn't a bad square, but then, then there's a rook c3. And rook c4.
Oh, okay. I guess you can just play king h2 now.
And you want to go f5, king h6, and rook back? But what if I go king h6?
King h6 third way, yeah? And now you don't have this check, so I can move my rook to a5, and yeah, I still threaten f5.
Still threaten that, and you're kind of...
Come back, and now it's a kind of like with the temper. Yeah, but in this position, we already have our rook on the 7th rank. That's the difference, yeah?
And the king is a little passive, yeah? You have rook f1 ideas. So yeah, I don't know if rook g5 is the most accurate.
Oh, hang on. Maybe in this position. Okay, rook g3, rook f1. That doesn't actually make any difference. Yeah, but I think we can keep going like this, but without pushing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time to put this rook first like this. And then, but it doesn't really make sense now because we want f5, f6 right away, but on the right time.
Well, you're kind of threatening f5 and that. How about rook f1?
And you have to play king g3 again, I guess.
And then can we just sit and hold this position like king f6?
Yeah. You wonder what Fabi has in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that this was his most straightforward move.
But what doesn't he
Yeah.
like actually? Because I'm sure he saw this move.
Yeah.
But let's try to see what he doesn't like. So let's say
King g7.
king
Let's
g7,
try-
yeah. We tried king g5 before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so here,
Rook b7, I think we did. Or at least we
rook
probably
b7
we
was for
should
king
do.
g5.
Yeah. Well, we can do the same idea.
Okay, let's try it. And now what's your idea? Because I cannot get f6 in time. Oh, you want to play rook d7, yeah? Yeah. Now rook d7 is the threat.
Well, it's a threat, but again, like, okay, let's say you cut my king, I go here and you go back. Like, I don't have f6 in. Remember, we were getting f6 in, that's the difference, yeah? Here I don't have f6, so I can't go for that tricky line where my rook comes around to f8.
But now at least you can come back to the 6th rank. Because now your idea is to play rook g6 or f6, so it depends. Yeah, rook d6 now. Yeah. Now if bishop h7, we can get our line. You play f6, and...
But it's not exactly our line because we don't have the bishop on g8.
Yeah. But I mean, we didn't. But now we can play rook 6 d7. But rook, and you cannot take. And after bishop g8, and then we have the difference is the bishop can be protected on g4.
Like that.
Yeah. We don't have this line anymore because and now just king h7.
Yeah, or no, actually check.
Oh, check first and take. Yeah. So this is the difference. Right. Okay, now it's
well,
figured.
this stuff is still this is still a tough end game. I mean, there's still a lot going on here. I would say, Fabi has very good chances to win, but it's also possible to mess it up.
Yep. Yeah. So maybe that's why. So king g7 was the idea. Okay, so this rook g5 and Nijat is still thinking. It's already 9 minutes for Nijat.
Yeah.
For his move. Yeah, not easy. Yeah. On the other hand, you feel like you should be holding this, but you also have a feeling that this is actually just lost, but you just have to keep playing on, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but at least, I mean, it's an important point that at least like you're not losing a bishop because of king h6.
It's always helpful if you have such a position where you have, at least. There's always this idea, an at least idea. Like just to have one idea on the board and you could be feeling a bit more comfortable. And that idea is that you have this king route to h6 and somehow trapping the g5 rook.
All right, so what are we expecting now? We're expecting like some kind of rook move by Nijat, rook c1. And then we can try this line again. We can try to understand this position a little bit better of how Fabi plans to win this. So we need to make progress with this, right? So we're gonna go here. You're gonna go there. Then what are we going to do? So we looked at rook like a5, right? Just moving away. But basically the idea is like you still got to push. So, okay, let's try rook a5. Right, and so one of the issues here was this line. That you start targeting these pawns. So like after king here, you pin me, king up, and then you attack this one. And then maybe rook g2? No, rook g2, I have maybe rook a3. So here,
no progress.
And, well, it's like, it looks like, the problem is that this is not progress because there's rook c4, right? It's always like we can't go up because of checkmate. Okay, he goes rook c4.
Rook c6. Yeah, so he's trying to prevent the check.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Did we look at that move? I think we actually looked at that move. And this was bad. We looked at it. This is a bad move. This might actually give us an earlier
finish.
Yeah.
Because rook b5.
No, it's because of king h4. There's no check from the back. Do you remember? That's why actually he needed to stay here so he can have that check.
Right. And now after rook c6, king h4, and if you play rook c1, I can give a check on b6 first and then f5 on time. Is it?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the king is like we're close to winning.
Okay, try rook c1.
Okay, let's just figure it out. Hold on. So rook c1, I give you a check. You go back. I try to win. On rook c4, I have g4, and on rook h1,
King g3.
oh, but then your rook is in the wrong position, and after king g3, king h6, I take, you take, and I push, and I promote.
And you don't have any control
yeah,
on the back rank.
okay, king h4 is on the board.
Okay, then you
Okay,
might,
this is our tie break, guys. This is it. This is it.
You'll make it to your massage. Don't
Yes,
worry. Don't worry.
I'm so excited.
Fabi will make sure you'll make it.
Yeah, oh, yes. That's very nice of him. But I mean, king h4. Yeah, that's lovely because f5 is now, like, look at the line, guys. Now if you try to fix your mistake by going back, then check, then here, then we go after the bishop. Then when you give me a check, your rook is going to be in the wrong place because just to push my king back, you got to put your rook in a bad square. And then when you try to use this trick, remember how in this position, this rook used to be here? Remember that? And then it could always come back down to, like, save the pawns. Well, now it doesn't.
Yep.
Wow, what a detail. Man. Okay.
So that's
yeah, now
that's
this
pretty good
endgame
line.
becomes a lot easier to understand.
Yeah, I think we grow understanding about this position, right? So
Yeah.
one move after another becomes a little bit easier now to understand.
Yeah, so f5 is coming, and how does he, I mean, okay, it looks like he's just going to lose that pawn, and it's going to be 2-on-1, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I think this move, this is a big deal. This is it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little sad as well for Najat. I mean, obviously he might have lost anyway, but now it just becomes more obvious.
No, it is very hard to understand anyway. It's not so easy. I mean, we got into the conclusion of King h4 after a few tries, right?
Yeah.
And we see everything on the board. But
Yeah.
for a player to figure this out just by himself over the board, it's gonna
Well,
be
maybe
hard.
also, I mean, you know, just the fact that he can allow this and then go there and not lose, like, that's not obvious either.
It is not.
Right, so maybe he thought he was just desperately having to stop, you know, rook b6. That's probably what happened.
He played rook e6.
E6, yeah. Rook e6, and what's the idea after f5?
Yeah, it could just
Bishop
play
takes,
rook
rook
e5.
takes, rook e5.
And
But
you can just take, yeah.
then- And we take,
And
you're
g4.
pinned, king over. Okay, let's look at that, I think.
And king e6, g4. Oh, there's bishop g6 check.
Yeah, we need to look at this position because he's hoping that he can hold this, and he is relying on that.
Oh, maybe move the king first, so there's no.
You know what it is? Oh, I have a good one. Well, it's not that hard. I mean, it's just g4. Oh, wait, no. Bishop
cannot
G6.
take.
Yeah, I was going to say just
Yeah,
take and
yeah,
play
yeah.
the rook endgame because easily winning, but I'm pinned.
Yeah, maybe just play king h6. Oh, of course,
Oh,
g4
but then
is
I
winning.
can take. That's the thing. That's the
yeah,
thing,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Just go to rook
Yeah.
endgame, yeah.
I mean, basically, well, this one is easy because I'm just kind of threatening that. He thought he could hold this one, but he doesn't hold these positions. He gets pushed back, I think, and eventually with some zugzwang and back rank threats, like he doesn't really hold positions like this.
No, just move the rook somewhere,
Yeah.
a4, and
I
then-
can see how, I mean, I don't know how it's possible to get this wrong, but actually I can even win. I was even thinking, can I put my king there and then
Yeah,
play
but
rook
king
f6?
h6, king f8.
Yeah.
Oh, but king. Yeah. I think it's just
Yeah,
put
just
the
like
rook
put
a4, yeah.
there
And then
and-
king on f6. It should be
Yeah.
pretty easy. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably what's going to happen, isn't it? So Fabi's now calculating this position. So his most forcing move, f5.
Now he has to play f5. He
Yeah.
could have done it before, but yeah, I think now it is clear. F5
Well, it's
is the
super,
move.
it's super forcing, right? Because you're basically forcing them into this pin. Now you're forcing them here. Now they can't move anything except king e6.
You can move the rook, but g4 is there. you
Yeah,
know?
g4 is hanging. So you must move out of that pin. And we still go there. Now you got to protect that pawn, so you must go there. We go king h6. And then this rook trade is going to happen. And if your rook leaves, now we can actually show my idea, right? I think the simplest way to win, I mean, there's more than one, but I guess this would be my choice.
I would take the bishop also.
Yeah.
It's just
This
easier.
is going to lead to a Lucina position. This king is cut and the pawn is advancing, so it's pretty
Yeah.
easy to win.
But the difference is, the king is in the short side, and then the pawn is on G, not the central
Yes.
pawn. So it's way easier for.
He's going for it.
He's going for
Okay,
it?
So I think we're going to see.
Yeah.
an end to this game in the next 20 minutes. It's my prediction.
Yep, I think so too. I think Nijat also realizes that there is no hope in holding this position anymore anyway, so might as well just play it fast. Oh, Fabi took it with the rook.
Oh, okay. Okay. He went f5, bishop
Which
takes.
Is,
here,
I think
here.
it should be fine, yeah?
Yeah.
It's still forcing the trade of the rooks anyway.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, because you cannot move anywhere here.
Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, he's actually forcing the rook trade more in a direct way. It's completely fine.
So king e6, g4, rook, bishop g6, takes on e5, takes on e5, king g5. That's all, yeah?
Yeah, so now you move.
g4.
G4. You
Bishop
move.
g6
we
takes,
just
takes.
trade, and we come in with
King
the king.
g5. And actually after this you play rook f6 and just take. And you cannot protect the pawn. Even if you can, like after king e6, rook f6, king e7, just take the bishop as well.
So we're going for this winning king and pawn endgame. And the king is getting to the 7th, and then you push.
Yep, so that's going to be pretty much the end of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, well, tough game for Nijat, but also like a nice comeback for Fabi, definitely showing some will to win in a situation, pretty bad situation after yesterday's loss. Yeah, Fabi is definitely a great competitor. I mean, I think his will to win, his determination is definitely one of his.
Oh, Nijat resigned.
Yeah.
Okay, you should totally make your massage now.
Yeah.
Okay, that is a very good game by Fabiano. Very good preparation in the Sicilian. And tomorrow they will move on to also another tiebreak. So this is already a cue for Michael, because after the game, everyone will have to go for the fair play screenings. And after that, I think our colleague Michael will interview one of them. And that's a... Yeah, so that's a very good question for Michael later. And yeah, we see on the tournament table right now, Magnus Carlsen drew another game against Pragnananda, and Fabiano Caruana managed to force the match into a tiebreak against Nijat Abbasov tomorrow. So tomorrow we will have another 2 games or 2 matches between these 2 pairs. And don't forget, the tiebreak day tomorrow will start at 2 p.m. So 1 hour earlier than usual. And also tomorrow will be another history for chess, because the new winner of the World Cup will be crowned. Will it be Pragnananda or will it be Magnus Carlsen? We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, and for both of them, it would actually be their first time winning the World Cup. I mean, not a surprise for Prague. He's only 18. But for Magnus, it's one of the titles that has eluded him. So hopefully he's going to be feeling 100% tomorrow, and we're going to see an amazing day of chess.
Yes, so stay tuned. Remember, again, tomorrow, 2 p.m., Baku, Azerbaijan. We will see you again. Thanks for watching.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
FIDE World Rapid Team Championship 2023 inaugural edition is hosted by Düsseldorf, Germany, August 25th to August 28th, 2023. Brand new format. Star lineup featuring world champions Vishwanathan Anand, Vladimir Kramnik, Hu Yifan, Alexandra Kostyuk, world number 5 Jan Nepomniachtchi, world number 8 Wesley So, world number 10 Richard Rapport, and many others. Record prize fund of 250,000 euros. Don't miss it. Watch unique event visiting Rheinterrasse Düsseldorf or live on FIDE YouTube.